Good afternoon, good evening, good every time, ladies and gentlemen. I'm very happy to be here again tonight on your favorite show, on a show in which we're going to discuss about everything, that affects every one of us in our country. My name is Ade Thomas. Tonight is the Biafran Oduduwa Independent Conference, where we get to discuss everything that affects both of us in our post-independent era. Uh, no matter what happened, we're gonna get our independence anyway. Nobody's gonna hold us to ransom anymore. We're tired of people holding us to ransom, and they're not gonna hold us anymore because we've been set free by our ancestor, and nobody can hold us back again. Tonight on the panel, I have some few gentlemen well to do in the society. They know what they're doing, and they are very good at what they do. So I have the privilege to start introducing them to you one after the other. I'm going to start quickly with Doctor. I wouldn't say much about him because sometimes it's better to let the, the speech out of the man himself because some people will say he's an adult. He has a mouth. He can say and it will be easier for him to pronounce his name other than me trying to pronounce the name and get it wrong because I don't want anybody to pronounce my name wrongly. But as you know, I can't get doctor wrong because it's very easy. Doctor, should I say good evening to every one of us on the show tonight? Good evening, guys. Daddies in the house.
Good evening.
Okay, I'm going to go to Doctor first, yeah? Doctor, could you please introduce yourself to our audience tonight, sir?
My name is Dr. Chukwuma Egemba, a co-founder of Radio Biafra London and convener of the All Biafra Conference Ghana 2016.
Fantastic. That is a very good introduction. And you can see we get the man that knows what we want to talk about in the house. We get him in the house today. Thank you very much, Doctor, for honoring our invitation. It's a big pleasure. It's a big honor for me to have you on the program today. I'm going to go to my next daddy in the house. Please, could you introduce yourself to us, sir?
My name is Mazi Nnabuike Nnadede.
Okay.
I am a Biafran activist, editor of Voice of Biafra.
Fantastic. You see, we get cream like cream in the house today. People that knows what they're doing. People that want the good for the Biafran land. People that want things to happen and progress. Thank you both for coming on the show tonight. The next person I want to introduce is Mr. Femi. Maybe I shouldn't call his name as well because I don't want to call his name instead of calling Femi and myself Femo. And that might not be appropriate for this kind of a gathering. So quickly, I'm going to go to this young man and let him actually introduce himself to us because that way it will be a little bit easier for me to do that. Welcome to the show, gentlemen.
Thank you very much, man. I really appreciate you for bringing me to the show tonight. My name is Femi Babalola, and I'm a Yoruba to the core. And I believe that all that trying to liberate ourselves from the Nigeria, God will help us to be able to make it into reality. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, sir. This one say, the first one say I'm a Biafran, which I love. The second one said I'm a Biafran, which I love. The next one said I'm a Yoruba, which I really, really love. And the next one I want to bring onto the show, we really want to know where he said he's from. Okay, could you please introduce yourself to us, sir?
Yes. Hi. Good evening, everyone. My name is Frank Bello, and I'm a proper Oduduwa man, very proud conservative Yoruba man, and I will do anything to fight for the cause of Oduduwa Republic. Nice to have Dr. Chukuma Ikenda from Radio Biafra, Mazi Mwabwiti, and Mr. Femi Babalola. Nice to have everyone on board. Good evening.
Good evening. So,
Thank you.
without much to do, we have to go for it. We have to armor it. We have to get it done. We have to proceed with it. And the best way to proceed with it is this: the people that knows about it. I want to bring the Biafran into the household properly because Biafrans, they tend to run the economy of the old state of Nigeria. And they are very resourceful when it comes to economy. And so I'm going to go to Doctor. Doctor, you are the founder of Radio Biafra in the UK. And why did you think is the best thing when you started this struggle, sir?
First of all, I want to make a small correction. I am not the founder. I say I am a co-founder. I want to get it correct so that
Okay,
I
so that
will
we don't
not
cause
be mistaken.
trouble. Okay, you are one of the
Yes,
people, yeah. Thank you very much. Go ahead.
yes, right. Radio Biafra was founded in February 2009. And that was the Radio Biafra you are hearing about today. That was when it was founded. And the purpose was to use it to educate, inform our people about how we are being treated in the failed and the failing so-called Federal Republic of Nigeria, and to bring our struggle to the world attention. That was the sole aim of the reason, the brain behind our founding Radio Biafra, setting it up in 2009.
Why did you think Radio Biafra will be the next step? Or why did you think Biafra itself will be the next step? Because I'm still going to go to one of these guys from Oduduwa Republic and ask them, why did they think Oduduwa Republic will be next thing?
Right. The United in the UN and in Africa, in the AU, there is this charter called the right of people to self-determination. And I'm not going without going into too much history. The way Nigeria is currently constituted, and from its very foundation, we cannot continue to exist. In the first place, Nigeria was not foundation or not found on a solid ground. There was no consensus. We were just tinkered together, brought together without the knowledge, the agreement, the consent of the people who were being brought together. So, and then we continued to history continued to flow along, to go along with it, and come independence in 1960, and the struggle that led to it. Thinking that the so-called founding fathers think that they can do something to make good of the bad situation, but one thing led to another. The center cannot hold. Becomes absolutely impossible. As I said, I don't want to go into history. We all know what happened between 1960 to 1966, from 1966-67 up to 1970, up to the present time, the Civil War, all the attempts that been made to marginalize almost all people within the DC, not just the Biafran people that have been marginalized, not just the Dua people that have been marginalized. Almost everybody and every nation and nationalities in Nigeria are being marginalized. So we said that we are not comfortable the way we are. Therefore, we started to do something about it. Hence, the resurrection of the Biafran struggle following the foundation, the formation of MASOB in 1999, and the struggle have continued up to now, and with the current event that the Odua people have also joined the race, if I may put it that way. Then the rest will be history. About that for now.
Okay, thank you very much, Doctor. That was a very comprehensive. So, in case some people don't know, with your explanation now, I'm sure everybody will know where we're coming from and where we stand. I'm going to try and bring Femi Babalala into the line before I go to Maxi for me. Mr. Babalala, Odudua, why do you think Odua Nation is an extinct?
Yeah, I come.
Did you get the question?
Yes. Yeah, Oduduwa is the next because nothing will work in Nigeria. Not will work in Nigeria. No, not we can work here. Nothing can work in Nigeria. If bring some of people that know the system very well, not work. It will not work. And I'm afraid, let me quickly tell you something today. Some of the West, Germany, there's going to be a new baby nation. Where is that Africa? Nigeria. At least 7 countries is going to come out from Nigeria. I'm giving you good information today. They are prepared for that. They are looking for how to lobby with some of the people who are those the leader of this new nation. I'm giving you good information tonight. Nigeria is dead. Why I'm telling you that Nigeria is dead is a country calling Nigeria don't love their citizens. They call themselves elders of their citizen. They don't love their citizen. Part of the country believe that they are born to rule. I don't want to that area. The only solution is I want to restore heritage. I want to believe our forefather, the Yorubas. We must go back and start speaking our language. We must going back and doing what we believe that we can do. Just common language, And I believe if we have Odudua or the name that is coming out from it, I believe that we will move fast and draw us back. We can move forward. Everywhere is messed up in Nigeria. Everywhere is messed up in Nigeria. If you hold Nigeria passport, they will look it twice. Anywhere you go to Nigeria, I will tell you the truth that in the Western world as well, some of them are bad, but the problem is that country calling Nigeria, do you still believe in Nigeria, Mr. Moderator? I'm sorry, I don't believe in Nigeria. I know what I'm talking about. I know what I'm talking about, and I cannot, this is the international broadcast, and I reserve my comment here, but what I just want the Biafrans or the other people that are trying to leave Nigeria to come on one unity. If they can be able to come on one unity, I believe very easy, without even share blood. I believe so much. And then I've told you before, some of the Western world there's going to be a new baby born in Africa. This is it. Yoruba will come out from that mess.
Thank you
I
very
can
much.
bet you.
I
Thank you.
think Mazi Unaboke is still with us because his screen has gone dark. If you can hear me, if someone has called you in between, can you please reconnect, come out, and try and reconnect your phone? But in the meantime, I'll go to Frank Bello, who can fill in before Maxi come back to us. So let's go to Frank Bello quickly. Frank, Mr. Boy
Yes.
Fembabola said they want everybody to speak their language. Is that enough to want a separate nation? Everywhere go their way. After all, the Igbo I've been doing the right thing from day one. They always speak their language, which is the envy of the nation. Because I remember when we were young, if you're from an Igbo family and your dad speak Igbo to you and you reply in English, you're gonna be in so much trouble, right? I think the Yoruba have started copying that as well now. Also, Yoruba are doing it already. What do you think? Is that the best in new nation? What's your argument to actually split the country? What's your argument? Tell me, tell the whole world, because we want to educate our people. We want our people to know that this is what is going on, like what they've said to us. But Frank, before I got to you, I'm going to go back to Max quickly, because he's the one I wanted to speak to before I couldn't see him. But thank God, he has quickly rectified. I think he must be an engineer to be able to fix that quickly.
Can I just quickly point something to you, Mr. Moderator, please?
Okay, go ahead.
Before you.
Go ahead.
Yes, I think we've got a lot of Biafrans who are not very happy with the way. I think there's a typo error with Biafra on.
Okay.
On the screen.
Sorry.
Yes.
I've actually seen it myself. Yeah. I'm so sorry, guys.
Yes.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I did say that it's the typo.
It's a typo error. I didn't want to mention the name wrongly, but I typed it wrongly. I'm so sorry, my brothers. You know, it will not be intentionally, and I'm going to try and correct that quickly.
That is what we call printer's devil.
Printer's devil, it did, yeah. So let me go to Marcy back, yeah, and then I will be correcting it along the line as soon as Marcy started speaking. Maxie, okay, why do you think we cannot salvage anything out of the current system? Why do you think we cannot salvage anything out?
Well, Nigeria was born, well, we got our independence since 1960.
Yeah.
And till date, Nigeria has not improved. Every aspect of Nigeria has deteriorated. So do we continue to wait until Nigeria will consume everyone? So there's no need to continue to wait for Nigeria. We need our own country. Where I come from, we don't need the federal government to come and be repairing our road. We don't need the federal government to decide how we run our electoral system. We don't need the people in Abuja to tell us whether the seaports in our land will work. Why do I have to import my goods through Lagos when there's two seaports Port Harcourt, one in Warri, and it will cost me a lot of money, and at the end of the day, I'll pass the whole piece to the final consumers. It's something that's supposed to cost 100 naira will end up costing 300 naira. Why do I have to continue to be in a country where a group of people think that someone from my own part of Nigeria is not qualified to be a president? Why should I continue to be in a country where we have intelligent people, PhD holders and military, but they are meant to serve under people who have probably diploma in Islamic studies and history? The same thing is happening in immigration, is happening in custom. You go to police, it's the same thing. You see some Igbo people that have been in police for ages, well educated, but no promotion. Why should I continue to be in such a country? We want a peaceful country. We want a just and a fair country. And that is why we are fighting for Biafra. Thank you, my brother.
Okay, thank you very much for that. That was very brief and straight to the point. Why do we have to keep mounting unnecessary cost on the cost of goods when we can actually get the price? If this is what I said. I said, why build a refinery in the north when the petrol is being dug in the south? Why do you have to spend so much money? Lay the pipe to go to the north when the petrol is found. I think you always get the service close to where the product is being found. But in Nigeria's situation, it's not like that. Guys, once again, I want to seriously apologize for the typo error in that thing there. I'm going to try and correct it within the next few minutes. Let's give it to Frank Bello, who is going to analyze some few more things for us. I like the analysis of our people today. You're seeing the points. They're not just making noise. They're giving you points. They're telling you things. They're showing you reasons. They're giving you reasons. Let's hear from Frank Bello. Go ahead, Frank.
Yes, thank you, everyone in the house, all the elders from both Biafra Nation, New Imagination, and as well as the Oduduwa Republic. I salute you. Now, I think Mr. Babalola did made mention of the fact that we can negotiate the structure of Biafra and Oduduwa Nation as a new emerging nation that will come out, hopefully before the end of this year. Those two nations will emerge. And I know the two nations will be born this year and not next year. Now, I think Mr. Babalola is very just being diplomatic to suggest that we can negotiate that nation without bloodshed. Yes, I would have loved to see a peaceful negotiation whereby things are done in a civilized manner, in a civilized fashion. But the question that we have to be truthful with ourselves is this. The people that we want to go into negotiation with, the Ajagun Fulanis, the Malus in the north, the cows, are they really prepared for us to sit down round the table and then negotiate our different countries in a contraption that was fraudulently molded together by Lugard in the 1914 amalgamation? Are those Fulanis, are they really civilized to actually think on their feet, to say to themselves truthfully that, yes, we are ready to negotiate, let's go back to the drawing board and see where things went wrong? Are they ready to negotiate, believing the fact that we don't speak the same language, we don't wear the same clothes, we don't eat the same food, and we don't bear the same culture, we don't have the same religion? Are they ready to negotiate with us? And if they're not ready to negotiate on a peaceful basis with both Biafra Nation and Oduduwa Republic, so what are we going to resort to next? Should we resort to diplomacy? And what if diplomacy fail to work in us negotiating with ourselves? What next? There's no option but to resort to violence. I'm afraid. There's no, make no mistakes. I don't know why Mr. Femi Babalola is being diplomatic. The kingdom of heaven suffereth violence. The Igbos, the Biafrans, they are ready for a head-on confrontation. Are the Yorubas ready for a head-on confrontation in the absence of a peaceful negotiation and perhaps a diplomatic negotiation to which we can take ourselves out of a fraudulently mad marriage between the rich southern wife and the poor northern husband? I'll hand over back to you in the studio before I get into the next mode, before the next mode is activated.
Okay, thank you. Doctor is giving me a smile there, and I want to get what is making him smile because when an adult smile, the kids will get angry. What an adult will smile for, the kids will blow out for, they'll get angry. But adult will always smile to make sure that don't worry, I got better experience, I got better way of dealing with things. Doctor, let's come back to you. Why are you smiling about this? The kingdom of heaven has solved violence, and with violence, we're gonna take it back. Let's go to you, Doctor. Yeah.
Yes. Thank you very much. You see, I believe in diplomacy. I believe also in every means possible to achieve what we are fighting for. Now, listen, they say that in law, they say, I'm not a lawyer, by the way, they say he who goes to the must go with a clean hand, right? And also there is this saying that if you want peace, you must prepare for war. If you want peace, you must prepare for war. So we must give benefit of a doubt. Remember that in 2014, so-called national conference was held. The report was made. It was presented to the so-called National Assembly, and the president then, Jonathan, accepted the report and was in the process of implementing it or presenting it to the Senate before the change in government. Then when it comes to the government took over and set the whole thing aside, hence the problem continued. Now, why I said what I believe in everything everyone has said here, but I always believe in giving benefit a doubt or giving peace a chance, if you like. When the will, of course, we will make a proposal. Let us sit and renegotiate this. Not working. It has not worked for more than 100 years. It has not worked from 1960 up to now. When is it going to work? Tomorrow? Next tomorrow? Next year? The answer is absolutely no. It's not impossible. You know, there is what they say that let's assume, or let us put it this way: Nigeria is like a marriage. It has broken down irrevocably, or to the point that you cannot bring it back together. So the best thing is, how do we negotiate ourselves out of this unworkable marriage? Even those so-called one Nigerists, I don't know what gives them the belief that there is anything or something can be salvaged out of Nigeria, because those who regard themselves as born to rule, those who regard themselves as owners of Nigeria, those who say that Nigeria is the state of their fathers, their forefathers, their great grandfathers, and the South is a conquered territory. We will tell them that my nation, the Igbo nation, the Ibibio nation, the Efik nation, the Ibibios, the Anangs, the Ijos, the Ogonis, Isokos, they are not conquered nation. Talk less of the great people of the Odua nation. They are not, and have never and can never be a conquered territory. So, are you going to negotiate with someone who believes that he is born to rule? Okay, let's try it. As I said, we don't say never. Let's try. But as I said, we are going there to negotiate, but at the same time, we know what we want. If they want it to negotiate, to do it in peaceful format, well and good. We are out for it. But they said that no, they want to play like a stubborn child or a stubborn fly. Of course, you know what happens to a stubborn fly. It will go 6 feet below with the dead body. I rest my case for now.
Thank you, Doctor. I'm very happy the way you present it. Maybe I'm going to add a little bit to it. Stubborn goat. We know what happens to stubborn goat. Femi Babalola, I think someone accused you that you are meddling with your words. Are you actually meddling with your words, or are you being careful?
That's what I'm trying to say. The negotiation I'm talking about is this. Let me make my elders and my brothers there to understand what I'm trying to say. We're in the hand of the lion. We're in the hand of the lion. And then we want to escape. Or we want to kill the lion, if we may put it that way. What I'm trying to say here is this. We have the Yoruba, we have the Biafra, we have the Niger Delta that want to go. We have the Ibibo people that want to go as well. We have Niger Middle Belt. We have Northeast, for your information today, that want to leave Nigeria. And then we have people from Core North that want to leave Nigeria as well. For your information tonight, let me make it clear to you, my elders and the Yoruba leaders tonight, they are everywhere. These people are everywhere. I'm not saying the battle cannot be, I'm not saying that we cannot get Yoruba. I'm not saying that we cannot get Biafra. But one thing is this, there's still going to be a clash between Biafra and the Niger Delta, who is going to be very, very brutal. My brother, and my elders there, you may not know me, but I'm trying to give you a good information tonight. We have to be very careful. We will go, but with a what we call a diplomacy, with negotiation between all the people that want to separate from Nigeria. We have to come on one agreement, and then we see what is going to happen. Yeah, we can leave Nigeria. British leave European Union, isn't it? They marry and they say no, we don't want again, and everybody go. But for now, these people, we are practicing what we call the anarchy of government in Nigeria, an autocrat. Anarchy of government and with autocrat government, which they are ready for everything. Yoruba ready as well. The Biafra ready as well. But there's something that they are going to use to be able, how can I put it? The Niger Delta. Oh my God. I don't want to say much on the international. The people that really understand what I'm trying to say, a lot of people are following us now. They should supposed to analyze what I'm trying to say tonight. This is why you see that some of the king in Yoruba land are being biased between that area. This is why you see that Edo State is where they are toying with Edo State as well. I'm telling you the reality. That's why you see that my state, Ekiti State, is going to be a battlefield. The Ore, that's this Edo State area with Niger Delta block zone, is going to be a battlefield as well. And for your information tonight, Ilorin as well is going to be a battlefield. And then let us remember, these people are in the government. They are everywhere to fall. They have the money. Even if we want to fight, we want to go to war, they have all the people from the northern part of Nigeria go to Niger, Burkina Faso. They will support in Saudi Arabia. What I'm trying to say here is that the Yoruba, Yoruba, Biafra, and then the Niger Middle Belt, the other remaining ethnic, we should come for what we mean by negotiation, to come together to fight this battle. That's what I'm trying to analyze, And if you see very well, they have Ebonyi State already conquer, They have Mboyi, they have already conquered Mboyi. I know what is going there seriously more than even some of the people that are here on the internet tonight. I know what is going on between the Ogun State, Toshokoto area. I know all this thing that is going on there. I know, a lot of things. I cannot say a lot of things here. I cannot say a lot of things here. I'm for Yoruba, and I believe that Yoruba will go. But one thing is that we still have some Yoruba people that even will block it in the Igbo land as well. With diplomacy, we can get this thing, because I'm telling you before that we have got a very powerful information today. Some of these white people in Germany say that Nigeria is going to have a new country. Okay, a new country is coming up, which they know already, and they are preparing for it already. But one thing is this. We are saying that we want to go, Yoruba want to go, Biafra want to go, Niger Delta want to go. But there's going to be a big problem from Niger Delta. There's going to be a big problem from Niger Delta. There's going to be a big problem from Niger Delta.
I'm going to take it off quickly. I'm going to take it off quickly. I watched a video a couple of days ago
Yeah.
A little girl was saying, they she's the daughter of the chief imam of Ilorin. She was saying she's a Yoruba. She doesn't want to go with the north. They want to go with the south because the south are their people. And currently we have a king in Ilorin who is an emir, who is the northerner. So how can we take Ilorin with us without struggle? And how can we take some of the oil block we have in Nigeria that are mainly in the southwest and delta area? How can we take it? Because if we take all that things, there's no resources for them anymore. And the pipeline they build from south down up to north, the refinery in the north, which is not working, right? What are they going to do with it?
We blow it out.
It's been blown out already. Okay. One thing I would say is this, yeah. Why will we not encourage war? Why will we try as much as possible to avoid war? Why will we try as much as possible to talk peace? Why will we try as much as possible to negotiate? Why will we try as much as possible to use civilized way of getting what we want? Right? We cannot rule some few things out, but I don't think war should be an option.
Solution.
I don't think war should
Yeah.
be an option, and I'll tell you why I don't think it shouldn't be an option. Because the build up is too much now for war.
Yeah.
The build up is
Yeah.
too much now for war. The only thing we can do now is to educate our people more on the needs, because
Yeah.
the people that
Yeah.
can cause war are the
Mm.
people who are within us, our own people that want to mess up, our own people that want to grasp people. I understand the Ozenigbo. 1 second, let me go. Oranize are not supporting the IPBO struggle, IPOB struggle. Could anyone tell me the reason why someone wants to be a slave under any man for the rest of his life? I'm gonna leave the question open to both of you. So anybody that wants to treat it, let me see your hands up, and I'll give you the option to talk about it. No, I want
Yeah.
my brother from the Biafran. Thank you, doctor. I'm gonna give it
Okay.
to
Listen,
doctor quickly. Doctor is gonna deal with it for us. Go ahead,
it
doctor.
is it is absolutely wrong to say that Ohanese did you say that they don't want Biafra? It is absolutely wrong. And I will challenge you to name an official of Ohanese who said that they don't want Biafra. I challenge you.
Okay.
It is absolutely wrong. Now, you remember you mentioned IPOB. IPOB is an organization, okay? And we are talking about the Biafra nation here. We are not talking about organization. Now, there is also means and method. We are now, there is a lot of direction this conversation is going, which I am not that I don't want, but I didn't expect it, because we are not talking about war here now. In the first place, in Igbo language, it said if you are dragging land, you will first of all, you are dragging land and you are dragging mat. You will first of all get land before you to talk of where you will put mat. Now, if you get
Okay.
mat and you don't have where to put it, where are you going to put that? So let us discuss. There are some certain things that will be internal discussions between nations and nationalities within the territories. Yoruba and Odua nation, they are not 100%. There must be some areas that will not raise some eyebrows or sentiment about moving or whatever. But there are some certain things that are going to happen. What you are saying that is going to be brutal in Niger Delta, whatever, not really. You see, we are individuals. When this time comes, remember, why everybody is disgruntled, not happy with Nigeria, is because everything was done without consent. This time around, there's no need, there will be no compulsion. People's opinion will be sought. People's agreement, nations and nations will be consulted, will be talked about. Who want to be what? Where do you want to belong? People will have that free will. Nobody is going
Yeah,
to force anybody to do whatever they
yeah.
don't want to do.
You're
And
right. Yeah.
this is one thing I want you to talk about. Nobody's talking about war. Nobody's there. Yes, in the east, in the old eastern Nigeria, the Biafra area, I think we have more ethnic nationalities in the other part of Nigeria. But we also have a lot in common, more than other set of part of the country. So we should bear that in mind. So nobody's talking about war here. Nobody's talking about here. Oh, war. No, it will be the very last option, and there may be no need for it. That's what the impression I want to correct. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Daddy. When I said we have people who has experience, people who know what they're talking about, no option. It will be the option of war in this situation is about 0.000%. So another question I have, I'm going to throw this one to uh, Frank Bello, right? How are you going to deal with so many Nigerians who are ready to grasp, like some of them have done in the past, grasp the effort to sabotage the freedom of other Yoruba people? Why?
Yeah.
Frank Bello.
Yeah. Yeah.
Now, thank you very much, moderator. It is not just only in the south.
Mhm.
I think I'm going to come in because the south we've got a lot of saboteurs. Just as we have a lot of saboteurs in the southwest, we've equally got saboteurs in the east, like Asari Dokubo. I'm pretty sure the person Mr. Babalola is referring to is Asari Dokubo, and Asari Dokubo, we all know exactly what he stands. Number one, he was trained in Libya, born into Christianity, but decided to change his religion to Islam for reason best known to him. That Trump is got of the freedom to practice whatever religion he wants to practice. So if we have somebody in the region of Atari Dokubo in that area, to which I know for a fact that Mazi Ndekanu, the IPOB leader, extended a friendly handshake over to him. But Asari Dokubo, just like we have loads of Mo, a lot of those Mo in our own southwest, the likes of Bola Tinubu and the rest of them. So also we've got the Rotimi Amichis and Asari Dokubo that we want to truncate the story behind Biafra. Now, don't let us forget that Nigeria was actually molded after the United Kingdom by the British. So whereby we have the English, the Scottish, and the Welsh. It's the same thing with the Biafrans, the Eastern region, and then the Yorubas in the Western region, and then the Arewas in the Northern region. So the old formation of Nigeria before Gowon came and then truncated the three regions because of his subordination and the way he surrendered to the Sokoto Caliphate, to which out of those three regions, 12 states were created into a federating unit just to break the country down into a feudal system. So we must not forget that what we're looking at in a new nation that will be born is the old Eastern region, Western region, and let the North Arewas keep their cows and whatever food they've got coming to the south to themselves. We don't need them. So, in the process of getting the Eastern region to stay on their own as an autonomous nation, those mold will want to truncate that dream. Asari Dokubo will come. But the fact of the matter here is Asari Dokubo is not the only Niger Delta militant in that area. What if the original Niger Delta militants are in support of IPOB in their dream to see the old Eastern region come into being? What will happen? Make no mistakes. Asari Dokubo is not, well, for the mere fact that he converted himself to an Islamic person and was trained in Libya and Afghanistan and all those Islamic terrorist nations. So maybe you have, maybe Eastern region and the Biafran nation will have to know that they've got a terrorist in their midst, to which I'm sure they know how to deal with them. The Rotimi Amichis and the Rochas Okorochas, they can easily deal with them perfectly well, the way we will equally deal with those mold in the West. The Bola, Bola Ahmed Tinubu is the kingpin of those mold. And the moment he is down in the Southwest, you see the rest of them who are his followers will surrender and they will give up. So long as we can peg their godfather, then we have nothing to fear. So when you look at Asari Dokubo, we don't look at Asari Dokubo as an Easterner. No, you look at him as a terrorist, because the Eastern region, when you look at their religion, is a Christian nation. Any Muslim you find in the East are infiltrated and they are imported. I'll hand over to you over in the studio.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm gonna stipulate a rule quickly, which I forget to stipulate. I'm gonna come to Mazi very soon, because there's something I think he wants to point out to me. Before that, I want to correct some few people online who are saying some few things. Number one, we know that IPOB is a worldwide organization. It's not an ethnic nation a movement. Everything I think is just people. We need to hear from every side of the platform, every side of the community, so that we can make sense. We have to come together and reason together. Remember, we're the one that will live together later on. And the more educations we can get from each other, the better it's going to be for all of us, right? Niger Delta, Niger Delta, Niger Delta, Niger Delta. I said some few days ago, I said it doesn't matter. Niger Delta can decide where they want to go to. It's not a compulsory force that you have to go here, you have to go here. There will be a way to decide where you want to be. And where you want to be is where you're going to be. And can I tell you the long-term vision I see with these people in the South? They're going to operate like Europe. They're going to operate like Europe. Then you're going to be free to roam around. You govern your team, but you're free to do whatever you like. If you want to live in Lagos as an Igbo man, you're free to live in Lagos. If you want to live in Port Harcourt as a Yoruba man, you live in Port Harcourt. The days of saying, if you don't belong to this region, we're going to kill you 24 hours time, it's going to be over. There will be more peace. There will be more unity. There will be more cooperation. And the South development will fly. But we have to get there first. We have to cooperate. We have to work together. Guys online, I really want to thank you. Tonight, there is no voting out of anybody because this is a conference. You can see it's a conference where everybody is entitled to hear their opinion so that if there's anything we need to correct, we can correct it. This will make us live together in unity later on. It is very important. So, no rude word, no voting out. Just listen. We are trying to correct things. We're trying to make things work. We're trying to go forward. We don't want to stay in the past. We want to move forward. If somebody is not with the Oduduwa now, that's a Yoruba person, don't put a knife to their neck. Try and convince them. Maybe from what we're discussing now, maybe they will change their mind. If somebody is in Igbo land or Biafran land and they're not happy, they still want to be under the Northerners' rule that even marginalize the Hausas. Do you know the Fulani even marginalized the Hausas? Some few years ago, I always think they're all the same thing. Well, now after so much education from this type of panel platform, I later realized they're not the same thing. I later realized they Hausas have been marginalized as well. So why will I be in government and the Boko Haram are killing people in Maiduguri and I will not go and stop them? How? Because they're not Fulanis. If they're Fulani, they won't do that to them. You understand? They won't. So, guys, we're not voting anybody out tonight. We're having a conference. We want to educate one another because what we do here, we go a longer way. We go a longer way. Please and please don't insult anybody today. It is very, very important. We don't want to. Today is not an insult day. Today is a day where everybody from Belo Fembabala to Doctor to Maxi want to hear their opinion, and they might live here. Fembabalala might come out after this today and say, "Oh, guys, I don't think breaking Nigeria up is the best option. Maybe I don't want to break Nigeria up again." Even Brian Bello, he might learn some few new things with all his arguments. Today he spent about 7 hours online trying to educate people. I don't know how he does that. Right. He might come out today and say, "I don't want to leave Nigeria anymore. I want to live in Nigeria."
What?
You
Wow.
never can tell. Doctor might come up and said, "I'm going to even take a stronger mantle. I am part of it before, but I want to take a stronger stand in this struggle." Mazi can come out and say, "Look, I'm going to write everything in my paper so that everybody will understand what's going on," because we need to educate people. It's very important. It's only in Hyper platform that you can hear they say, "If you don't, it goes ahead your head on the stone." No. We're not doing that. It's, you can't kill your own people. You can't murder your own people. If you keep murdering your own people, who's going to be left to govern? No. We can educate people. Sometimes when you tell people things and let them see reasons, like we're trying to do now, this is a paidful platform. We want to educate ourselves. We want to put armed struggle down. No armed struggle. Word of mouth. We want to educate people. We want to even later on, maybe later on when everybody is free, maybe the Yoruba might said, "We want to start learning Igbo language in Yoruba land." They learn French in English school here, and they learn English even in Thailand. It's not because they want to become an English, but it will be easier for them to communicate and cooperate and have a lot of formation and cooperation within one another. So, guys, no insult tonight. There's nothing like Nigeria. No, we're not saying Nigeria. We're just saying. I want to hear from Doctor. Yeah, you will hear him. Brother, it's his opinion. Yes! Everybody is entitled to his own opinion. Everybody is right to say whatever they want to say. Right? Yes, we all agree that there is no Nigeria. Nigeria is finished. We all agree. We all know that. But please, let's mind our language. Let's work together. And if you want to start crucifying somebody, how many people are watching? 227, 118 share. Are you doing your own bits? You're not even doing your own bits. And okay, if you have not shared, we're going to start insulting you. So we can't say that because you don't have to share. It's your entitlement whether you want to share or you don't want to share. Yeah, you have a right to share. You have a right not to share. You have a right to like 114 likes, 225 watching. You have a right to like. You have a right to dislike. Sometimes you don't have to like. You can dislike. You can be sad with what we're saying. If you don't like what we're saying, you can press the sad button. Oh, look at them. They pressing the like button now. It's like even the share. Let me see. 118 still. So you guys are not doing enough yourself. So because they're here today doesn't mean when you are here too. Because I'm sure within the next few months, more people online will be coming here. So if you are up to this task, you can come here. I've seen people that were up to the task that say, I'm up to the task. Within a day of bringing them here, they run away. And they don't come back. Okay? Because to be on this seat is a hot seat. These seats are hot seats. To be here, you have to be very brave. Not everybody is brave like Fram Bello. You understand? No. I can't stand this before. But now, because I'm now being educated. I was educated before I said Nigeria should break. 2 months ago, I don't believe in Nigeria going separately. So let's go to Doctor. Doctor. I still believe, according to what I'm reading online, that there are still some lot of elements in the Biafran land that don't want this movement to succeed. What are we going to try and do to educate them so that more people will come on board until everybody's on board? And then we can get what we're looking for. We can get what we want. We can get what is our entitlement. Doctor, over to you.
First and foremost, let me say this emphatically. I will be horrified if 100% of Igbo people say that they want Biafra. I will be horrified. I will be horrified. And that is not the Igbo nation I come up from. We are independent people, and there's no nation in this planet where you will have 100% agreement in. Now, obviously, we live in the United Kingdom. We know that even though the monarch, the queen, the monarch in the United Kingdom here is still very, very, very popular, but there is still pockets of nationalists, those who want to abolish the royal family. There are some of them. They are here. They have opinion. You see them on the television. You see them on Question Time. You see them on in the newspapers, on the radio talk shows. They express freely. But they are, even though they are a minority, but they have the right to express themselves. So saying that some Igbos don't want to be African, yes, it's their right to want or not to want. But that doesn't mean that it will not stop. After all, democracy, they say, is the rule of the majority. So if more than 80%, 90% of Igbo people, Biafran people want Biafra, then the remaining 5-10% will not have any other option than to succumb, or they know what to do. They will relocate. So that's what I want to say about that. Now, again, I don't subscribe to people saying that you must support. If you don't support, you are this, you are that. No, as you said, you are right. As you rightly pointed out, you have the right to hate, or the like, or the also the right to like. It's human nature. So as you also said, we use power of argument. You convince me, I will succumb. And I convince you, you succumb. Or we can agree or agree to disagree and still remain here. Because again, here in the United Kingdom, when you see the debates, people argue forcefully, even in the parliament, against one thing or the other. After that, they still go to their pub, they go to their distance and become friends, shake hands, and they still live together. So that is the type of environment we want to encourage, and not this type of environment that if you don't like my view, if you are against me, you are my enemy and I want to eliminate you. That is barbarism, and we must not encourage that or do everything to make sure that it doesn't have any place in a civilized society. Let us remain a free people, free thinkers and give the people opportunity to express themselves. Even if you don't like anything, yes, you say that I don't like this, but with time, you never can tell. You can be brought around. I don't know. There is something Bello said here. He mentioned Asari Dokubo that he is some of the sentiment he expressed. I will beg to differ to some extent because, as far as I know, Asari Dokubo. I am saying what I know. Asari Dokubo has and it belongs to a pro-Biafran group, which he is working towards. There is a lot of misconceptions, both in the press, in the social media, about antagonism, about hatred within the Biafran nation, between and among the nations and nationalities, territories within the Biafran nation. There is a lot of misconceptions. As I said before, when the time comes, there is no compulsion. Every nation and nationalities will have the right to self-determination, express themselves. How? If we are going to have any form of government that is going to be adopted, people will have the right to vote for it, agree to it, and then we move together as a free society where everybody will be happy.
Thank you very much, sir. I really appreciate your contribution there, and I encourage and I envy your style of leadership. And what I said by your style of leadership is that you said something that amazed me. You said you don't want a Biafra that everybody will say the same thing, because then there's a problem. Then it means maybe someone is hiding somewhere with a gun and said, "You all must say the same thing. If you disagree, I'm going to shoot your head." Maybe that is what is happening. Okay, we're going to go to Mr. Femi Babalola. We want to hear, I want to actually probe you a little bit more. Why do you think the Niger Delta might come up with some issues? Enlighten us and see how to deal with it straight away. Because I don't think, no matter what happened, it's easier to solve our problem of take ourselves from the aggressor first and then deal with all other issues. But if all other issues are going to be issues that will even escalate more problem, we want to hear about it so that we plan ahead for it. Don't worry, anybody that wants to listen, let them listen. If they want to hear, let them hear. It doesn't matter. This is going to come to materialization. Nobody can stop it anymore. It's like that song, "There's no stopping now. There's no stopping." Go ahead, Mr. Bowler.
Yeah, thank you very much, and thank you, my brother, my elders there. What I'm trying to understand is this, on the strategy intelligent and the agitation of the nation, or let me go back to 2015 election. Before the election, remember, in any terrorist organization in anywhere in the whole world, the equivalent power cannot fight back in 6 months. That means the equivalent power have hand on it, or opposition have hijacked it, to make use of their own interests. Having said that, very well, I want, if this what we are talking here to come to reality today, the Biafra and the Niger Delta should come together and really know what they want. And even Yoruba or Niger Middle Belt, that's the point I will still continue to bring on board tonight, that they should come together, because listen very well, sir, and everybody, the commandant of the first commandant, second commandant in the military, first, second, third, up to sixth step, they are controlling. In the air force as well, in the police as well. Our people down home, they are not so equipped, and then the Yoruba people don't have their own militant. The Yoruba people, they have only IPO, or they have underground secret, or whatever they call it. I believe with diplomacy, All these things that we are talking about, agitation or independence, it can come easily. That's what I'm trying to analyze here. Even if they want to fight, if these people don't want to go easily, if they don't want to leave us successful with our diplomacy, education, and the exposure of the Biafra in the international, the Yoruba as well, this thing will just come like a platter of gold. But without negotiation between our own ethnic, between Biafra, Yoruba, Niger Delta, Niger Middle Belt, or the Calabas, Ibibo, or the rest, I think it's going to be a little bit difficult because these people they are in the government. They are in the government. I don't pray that Nigeria should be like Syria because I will not. Mr. Pharaoh, Mr. Frambello know who I am, and then my other brother know who I am. I'm trying to tell you people the fact tonight, a big fact. We need to be very careful because we have all of us our family at home. We don't pray for war, and I believe war cannot happen in Nigeria, but with diplomacy. I'm not saying that we should agree with the northern people or the Fulani or whatever they call their name. I don't care, or they want to manage their agriculture or they want to manage their cows. I don't care. But what I'm trying to say here is this unity, love. Let's love ourselves first. When we love ourselves first, what we are looking for is going to come easily. But if we don't love ourselves, remember, some of those governors, some of those local government chairmen, which they can easily penetrate, some of our kings and the king or whatever they call their name in Nigeria, they can easily buy. I've seen a lot. I've seen a lot. You see, some of these organizations we are talking in Yoruba land, in Middle Belt, let's come 2023. I can bet you. I know what I'm talking about. They will betray everybody. They will just come, oh, we are sorry. Let's try them once more. That is the point I'm trying to say here tonight. That's the point I'm trying to say. They can easily come, oh, okay. You can see some of the key man, some of the key big boss among of these people that are trying to agitation. Okay, well, we are giving it to Yoruba man, we are giving it to Igbo man to come and be a president of Nigeria. At the end of the day, they give them billions upon billions. You will not hear their voice again. Today, when some of our leaders that they are self-activists in Nigeria, they are all silent. So that country is in big bondage already. We are in one chance. It's only by God's grace that He can easily to be able to save us. You can see in 2011, you will remember very well, 2011, you will see that everybody come and support Jonathan. That, okay, Jonathan must be the president of Nigeria, okay? Some of the pastor protest, we want Jonathan to be, no, in 2011, after death of the President Iyadura. But suddenly, after this man came to power, you can see how all of them were silent. What is going on in that country? What is going on? On the intelligence, on the security, that I cannot be able to tell you a lot of things here. I know what I'm talking seriously. Seriously. If we want this thing to happen in Nigeria, we should come together. I'm not saying we should come together with another part of Nigeria. We should come together as a one block. Okay, you are going, Biafra is going, Yoruba is going, the Niger Delta is going, Niger Delta is going, 4-1. That means the game is over. A global network on 4. The game is over. The whole world will see it clearly. That, oh, wow. The game is over. How many people they want to kill? How many people they want to fight?
Okay, thank you
Understand
very
me?
much. Yeah,
That's
I
what I'm trying
really,
to say.
I really
You know me,
appreciate your submission there. Thank you very much. Uh,
yeah.
I don't want to be a okay. If people are calling for something and you don't give it to them, it means you are a dictator. Our audience are calling for voting tonight, so I have actually rethink about it and said I don't want to be a dictator. I don't want to be in control. I want people to have the choice, and their choice stands. So, guys, we're voting now. Vote quickly, and then we take it from there. And while the voting is going on, I'm going to go to Mazi to chip in on all this argument we've been having for some time. I'm sure you had the right, the left, the center. Uh, Try and convince people to come and join the movement, or try and tell them not to come and join. What do you think?
Well, thank you very much. I will first of all respond to what our brother Femi Babalola said, that when we have Biafra, there will be problem between Biafra and Niger Delta people. And that's not true, because we've been together. We were together before the Europeans came, before the British people came. We had education curriculum. Maybe you don't need it. Before the people came, we have writing called CBD. From Ibibio, Efik, down to part of southern Cameroon. So but we had a different form of government where every country was a semi-independent country. They had their own parliament. So the country was working before this came. There'll be no problem, there'll be no violence, because that was the kind of some of the countries that broke away from Soviet Union. They predicted doom to Moldova, Latvia, and the rest of them. Today, they are among the best economies in the world. So Biafra, made up of Igbo, Ibibio, Efik, and the rest of Niger Delta, will be peaceful. That does not mean that it will be perfect, no. But it's going to be peaceful. Now, the issue of other problems we have in Nigeria, like people have said, we've tried many things, gone to different conferences. It has not worked. Even those who once said they will never attend conference, like T.Y. Danjuma, who said he will not be part of any conference, that he would rather go to war, is now crying, shouting, telling people, look, the country has been hijacked. So there's no sensible and honest person in Nigeria today that does not know that Nigeria is not working. What I want us to do, nationalists, both to do one nationalists and the Biafran nationalists, which I've been advising for ages, is that we must from home to hijack power. We can no longer continue to be playing this blame game, which we've done for so many years. Oh, these are our problems, these are our problems, these are our problems. The Funanis you mentioned that they were problems. They are powerful because there are people, brothers and sisters, who are assisting them. If you also go to Fulani land, you'll be shocked that they're even the poorest people in Nigeria. So the people who are destroying Nigeria are the elites from all the major ethnic groups, powerful elites. Igbo elites, Yoruba elites, Hausa elites, Fulani elites. They converge together in the Abuja and they share our resources together. You understand? So the problem is not just Fulani, it's not Fulani. It's the problems are the elites, political elites that have hijacked Nigeria. So if the nationalists could fight within their own homes, within their own local government areas and the states, and hijack those areas, we have done half of the jobs. Because you can only negotiate from the position of strength. If you are talking about negotiation, what have you got? Are you in control of any local government area? Are you in control of any state? But we have the population. But the problem during election, our people will develop cold feet because they over the year we've been so pessimistic about it. But if the nationalists could hide their local government areas and their states, the resources to fight this battle will be available. The unionists in Yoruba who believe in one Nigeria and the unionists in Igbo land who believe in one Nigeria, they have the money. They are the governors. They are the senators. They have the money to bribe anyone. They have the money to lobby. The nationalists, do they really have this money? So I think we have to change our strategy rather than blaming other people. And finally, before I go, I also want to respond to what our brother Mr. Bello said. He made he made comment. I think Dr. Egemba also made tried to correct him about Asai Dokobo. I don't see Asai Dokobo as a saboteur. He has his own view, and we have to tolerate other people's views. Somebody, one of the pro-Biafran leaders, said Biafra was a Jewish state, and he wasn't happy about it. And he shouldn't be tagged a saboteur for saying no, Biafra can't be a Jewish state, because Biafra is a multi-ethnic and multi-religious nation. So we have to tolerate other people's views, religious views, ethnic views. We shouldn't tag them saboteurs because their own views are different from ours. The man has paid his dues. So I would really like you to also go through that. I don't know where you got the information you got and all those kind of things, but it's very unfair to him to say he is a saboteur. He has a view, and we have to understand that both Christianity and Islam are foreign religions in Africa. So we cannot hate somebody because he's a Muslim. Why we are Christians? We are all in the same bus. This is where I will stop for now. Thank you very much.
Okay, you know what, guys? From the time we started this show today, I have never heard a pleasant statement better than Mazi's statement. Maybe all Mazi are excellent in speech giving. Because you know what you said that touched my mind. I'm just trying to recap what this gentleman said. He said most of our religions are foreign, both in Christian and Muslim, which is true. He said that most of our problem is not only Fulanis, is probably about 40% from the elites, from every group, both Yoruba and Igbo and Hausa and Niger Delta and Fulani itself. Maybe they have more Fulanis, but we have some people that will sell us out in Yoruba land. Not only Bola Tinubu, so many of them, right? Okay, guys, I've sent your vote, but I'm going to say something. You know, in Nigeria, sometimes ago they said, if you don't have your voting card, you can't your card, your what card did they call it again? If you don't have your card, you can't vote. So all vote has been casted, but I'm sorry, you don't have a voting card because the share is still 118 for the last an hour. So how can you say you want to vote with 118 if you don't drive it up? You're not entitled to vote. Huh? I want us to be. Oh no, I'm sorry, my mistake. I didn't see the refresh one. It's actually 172 now. So you guys are driven up by 60. That's one point. We still we're stuck in 220, right? Why can't you just invite as much people as possible? Okay, Mr. Femba Balola, you're the weakest tonight. I'm sorry. They love you to bits before. I don't know what you've done tonight, but you are the weakest link. So I'm going to give you the chance to actually redeem yourself. Say your last word before you go, sir.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you now, sir. Go ahead.
The truth is bitter. I will tell you the truth. Nothing but the truth. Some of those people that vote how they don't know who is Femi is. And I don't want them to know me, but one of these days they should write today's date down. Reality. Before we can get independent, either Yoruba or Igbo or Niger Delta, I will ask one question here tonight. We still have a federal order. The order of the federation are still there. There is the federal of the federation that elect Tinubu as in Southwest leaders. Okay, they have them in 6 political zones of federation. We have to know what we are doing. And another thing is this: the order of the federation, they are the ex-dictator of the federation, and they are power broker. They are very strong power brokers. and they have their carcass everywhere in Nigeria. The solution to Nigeria problem is this mindset. How are we going to deal with the order of the federation? How are we going to deal with the order of the federation? The order of the federation, they are still there, parading with the colonial people. That's what I will just say tonight. Either you like it or not. Write today's day down. What I'm saying today, you will still come back and say, who is this guy? On the intelligence strategy as well, we need to be very careful on what we are talking. We need to be very, 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 very careful. These people, they are missionary. I will tell you the truth. What I'm trying to say here is this, before, which maybe people miscalculate what I'm trying to say. I'm not saying that we should collaborate or unite with Fulani or Awusa in the northern part of Nigeria. I say before we can go away from that country, calling Nigeria, we should try to unite ourselves first. I will say it again, the Yoruba, Yibo, Ariwa, Middle Belt, they should come together as one block, as a global network, then we can win this battle. That is what I will just try to let people understand tonight. But one thing is this, before we can get independent in Nigeria, we need to break the order of the federation that have destroyed the country. Without breaking the power of the order of the federation, which they are still the power brokers, I can bet you, well, 2023 is very close. They're still going to do their manipulation as they always do it. And again, not Fulani destroying Nigeria. Canories are the one ruling Nigeria now. For your information tonight, let me make you clear tonight. I don't go in social media. For your information tonight, it's not Abakari that is the president of Nigeria. The president of Nigeria tonight, which is there, is Baba Kana Kingigbe. That is the president of Nigeria since far back 2016. My brother, I reserve my comment here. May God bless you people. Thanks.
Really
You people
appreciate
will not
you.
learn more from me. I will not give you people information.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Babala. I really appreciate you. That is Mr. Femi Babalola. Was one of the people that carried the baton in the 2019 election in Nigeria before he actually backed out just before the election when he sees how things are being done. Yes, bitter might be very, very true for our people because some people don't know how to handle the truth. And it's the real truth. Truth might be bitter. Some people were saying no Muslim in Biafra land. No, no, that's not on. That is not on. Everybody will be entitled to their own religion. I believe that is what is going to be the order of the day because, like my brother Max said, he said both Muslims and Christianity are both foreign religion, which I seriously agree to. I'm going to try and bring another elder statesman into the limelight in a minute. But before I do that, I'm going to go to Frank Bello. Canories are now the one destroying Nigeria. True or false? Go
I beg
ahead.
your pardon?
He said Canories are the one ruling Nigeria and destroying it now.
Yeah, I Kanuris, yes, they are because Kanuri people apart, they are Fulani people basically. But then and again, who is the Sultan of Sokoto? The Sultan of Sokoto, what tribe does he belong to? So the Kanuris are ruling, but the Sultan of Sokoto is a Kanuri man too because they speak Fulfudi, and they are the people that are dictating the shots. Now, I want to quickly highlight on few stuff because I think Mazi did make mention of the fact that T.Y. Danjuma, yes, T.Y. Danjuma is probably one of the key stakeholders in that location 9, that contraption, and majority of the key stakeholders uh, are really fed up with the same contraption that they assisted in keeping together for 60 odd years. Should Nigeria be like Syria? Mr. Babalola made it known, but Obasanjo made it known to Nigerians that if care is not taken, I'm only following what the key stakeholders are talking about. And the fact that Mr. Babalala said if we don't break the order of the federation, we're in problem. But these people are the order of the federation. Baba Obasanjo said it some time ago that if the government of the day of, well, supposed Muhammadu Buhari, which I don't really believe it is the same Muhammadu Buhari, and I've done loads of expose on that line for a while, and I'm still running them. That man was one. And Baba Obasanjo said if care is not taken, Syria will be a child's play to what will happen in Nigeria. Now, one block, the eastern region, let us know, don't let us look, we shouldn't kid about ourselves. The people that formed Nigeria, they knew that the eastern region was one block. You see the problem and the issues of this northwest, north central, northeast, south south, south central, southeast, southwest. These were all figment of imagination that was cooked up by Ibrahim Babangida. The reason all those 6 geopolitical zones were created was to break down the old formation of the 3 regions that were in existence. 3 main regions in Nigeria. We must revisit those 3 regions: Eastern region, Western region, Northern region. The demarcation is there. River Niger, River Benue, they all flow together, and then the 2 rivers emptied their water into the Atlantic Ocean. It is there. Somebody else coming to then create another 6 geopolitical zone after 36 states, and then the 6 geopolitical zones created was to divide the country further, because more power out of the 6 geopolitical zones that were created, the North has got more power, and it was fraudulently made. So the entire 6 geopolitical zones that they created to quit, they believed it is the new formation of Nigeria. We must not forget, they created it. If you and I, we want to create a new formation of our own time for the eastern region and western region and north, well, if they want, I'm not really bothered about the north. My own worry is because the south that was fraudulently merged together by Lugard in 1914 amalgamation. We need to go back to the original formation, because that was how Nigeria was. Eastern region, western region. We need to revisit back, and I think Professor Banji Akitoye made it known, and a lot of the scholars made it known. I'm not going to be dragged into the issue of the northwest, north central, southeast, and northeast, southwest, south south, southeast. I'm not going to be drawn into that, because I am not screwed up. It is there as a geography. So we need to revisit that. The eastern region, whether location 9, that contraption, likes it or not, it is the eastern bloc. Eastern bloc of a federating unit that was fraudulently merged together. Fine. The issue of Kwara State and Kogi State is an issue that we will have to fight at some point in time. But that issue we have to address. Kogi and Kwara will have to decide if they want to be part and parcel of the 6 fraudulent zones that were created during that formation as well. I'll hand over back to you in the studio.
Thank you very much. I was actually reading something from Diplomatico Abike. There is no record that the Southeasterner have anything to do with the Muslim religion. It is not in their tribe. Please stop the nonsense. Okay, so we don't want to talk about religion anyway. There is no point in doing religion thing. Okay, there's something I wanted to do, or there's something I wanted to ask. The Kabas, do they mean the Kabas includes some few people from the south area? Let's go to Doctor. He might enlighten us. It's full of information. And the good thing about him is that when I was even saying, before I even said Doctor, he's put his hand up already. Doctor, up to you, sir. Come on, Daddy, go for it.
I did not put my hand up, and I didn't put my hand up. Do you know what? Quite honestly, because I am so much, how do I put this? I have detached myself mentally and now
From Nigeria.
completely physically from Nigeria, honestly speaking. Talking about cabals, I don't even have anything to talk with them. They are a group of people who feel that because by virtue of their appointment, yes, because they are all appointed, they are not elected, by virtue of the appointment and by virtue of patronage, how they got there, whatever, they feel that they can dictate who 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 lives or who dies, who gets what, who will be planted what, or who will be made governor in a state where he did not even win second position or third position or whatever. I don't have anything to say about them. I hate them. Let me be straightforward about it. And their survival, their survival is because of our inability to put our house in order. That's why they are surviving. That's why they are still why they still have the cabals. And by having said that, and this is the beauty of this interaction, the coming together of these two great nations. One person, no, it is a fact that Nigeria is surviving today is because the Oduduwa and the Biafrans allowed it to continue to exist. As simple as that. There will be no Nigeria without Oduduwa and the Biafra as part of it. There will be no Nigeria. That's why. And the moment, the day, the second, the year, these two nations come together to say enough is enough, Gabals will disappear overnight. That is a sure banker. And there is a lot going on behind the scene. And with our two great nations being almost simultaneously at the same time admitted into the UNPO organization, goes a long way to say that the game is up. And we have to build on that, on this new status of our both nations and drive our quest forward, our vision forward. Incidentally, they said that this saying that a friend, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Therefore, if what the Odua nation want is what the Biafran nation want, why can't they work together to get it? Why can't they work together to actualize it? And that is the challenge for us. And I think we are going to work on that. I will conclude by saying, it is not over until it is over. And those who think that they are born to rule, they should think twice. Thank you very much.
They're shooting to us. I'm going to introduce someone quickly. Is Alex Ajala is the one I want to introduce quickly. He's just coming onto the show, joining us. Alex Ajala. Good evening, sir. Could you please introduce yourself to our audience, sir?
My name is Alex Ajala. I have been in this uh,
Game.
narrative for quite a long time now. I work with several Igbo organizations from way back 2008. Sorry, 1998, I want to say, not 2098, 1998. People like um, that Ike Azo and Co. We've had several meetings over the years, and even people from the Niger Delta have worked with them, like Ledumite, the late Oronto Douglas, and all others. The message has always been we don't really deserve to be in a country that has no meaning to us. And by 2014, the country had effectively expired, but we refused to admit that. We still went ahead going to elections. It's our own fault anyway. But the clarity is there now for all of us to see. We have to call time for that country. We have to back our sovereignty, which was effectively taken away from us during the creation of Nigeria. I use the word creation. Nigeria was never colonized. It was created for purpose of a market state. So that's one thing I want all of us to be to understand. I hand over to the compile of this program
Thank you
and
very
let
much, sir.
others speak.
I really thank
Okay.
you. I'm going to say something to you, Daddy Alex. There's a light behind you to your, yeah, that light. Yeah, that one. If you want to move to one side, no, don't turn it off. Don't turn it off. No, don't turn the light off. Just move away from the light a little bit. Turn away from the light a little bit. Not that side, the other side, the other side, the other side, the other side. More, yeah, and move your camera away from there as well. Now, okay, fantastic, yeah,
That's good.
because the light is blinking and we can't see your face very well. Thank you very much, sir.
Okay.
Okay, let's continue. Frank Bello, or should I go to Maxi first? I think I'll go to Maxi first because the last time Maxi spoke, he didn't speak for a long time, and it makes a lot of sense. What he was discussing that time is the one that said so many things that interest me, and I really love his speech. Maxi, go ahead. Let's hear from you again.
Yeah, yeah. Thank you very much. Like what you stated a few minutes ago, that what we really need is education, both the Southerners and the Northerners, because it's because of miseducation that made the Southerners believe, or misinformation. Let me not call it miseducation because it may offend some people. That the Southerners believe they have more resources than the Northerners, and that is the same problem. The same reason the Northerners believe that they don't have resources, that they must rely on the
Oh,
Southerners.
2.3
Meanwhile, meanwhile they have vast land. Hello.
Sorry for that. That was a breaking, but I've just locked it out. Yeah.
Okay.
Continue.
So
Continue.
what I was saying, that have enough land. For instance, day 4 years ago, I went to shop to buy some food. The pepper we normally use in Nigeria, which they call Scotch bonnet here, was £19, £19 99, which is £20 per kilo. Okra was £9 99, about which is £10 per kilo. Then I look at how much a barrel of crude oil was. When I was coming back, I just shook my head. Somebody have told the Northerners they don't have resources, but if they had invested in agriculture, SAT will not even see their back. They have enough resources. They have gold. They have diamond. They have all manner of solid minerals. So we have to educate them. People, even there are some radical individuals in the north, some progressive-minded people too, have to educate their people that they don't need the south. to survive. And the Southerners must also come to realize that they themselves, like what I said before, must hold those who are representing them accountable. Because, like I said, we cannot continue to move from these are the people holding, like what you said about the Kanuris. Somebody said they are the ones destroying Nigeria now. The Kanuris are not the ones ruling Abia State, Imo State, Rivers State, Cross River State, Ebonyi State, and the other states, at least the side I come from, that have been looted, that even the pensioners have not received their pension for months. Many civil servants have not received, even health workers have not received their salaries. So that is, we have to focus on some of these things. Hold our own people accountable. Put pressure on them, because sometimes it seems we abandon the rat at home and we are chasing the rats inside the bush. Meanwhile, the rats at home are the ones who are eating the fish and all the food, our foodstuffs in the kitchen. The rats at home are the politicians, the local politicians in Igbo land, the local politicians in Yoruba land. We have abandoned them and we are concentrating on federal government. This is Abuja is doing all this, Abuja is doing all that. Yes, like somebody said that 40% of the problem come from Abuja. So I think that was Babalola or Mr. Bill that said that. Let us solve our own the 50%. I believe the 50% is from the local politicians. Let us put pressure on them. Let us fight them democratically. Let us take over those positions. Just like the people in Catalonia did, just like the people in Quebec did, just like other nationalists. Today, if you go to Canada, they are betting the people in Quebec. Whenever they make any proposal about increment in budget, they will increase it. The same thing is happening in Spain. But as long as we continue this blame game, these are the people holding us down, these are the people holding us down, and we ignore the people who are killing us. Because the people who have died of different preventable diseases from Abia State died because of the corruption within the state, which those in government within Abia State have denied people access to quality education and quality health. There are many local government areas that do not have health centers, general hospitals. The same thing applicable in Yoruba land. Let us hold these people as we are fighting the government, as we are fighting and criticizing the federal government. Let us put more pressure on our own people. You understand? So that we will even have the morality to fight those in government. And the other one I also want to say is about what our brother Mr. Bello said about the man in Asurok. You see, we must agree that the man in Asurok is Buhari. Because when this issue came up a few years ago, the simple thing I did was to download the voice recognition software and check the Buhari speech in 2015 and check his present speech. I think that was 2018 or 2019. You understand? Because it's the voice you really use. So, because when we, like I've advised some of my comrades in Biafra, that if we continue to push this narrative, oh, Buhari is dead, the Jubri is Nasuro, people will be laughing at us. They will think that we are no longer serious. So let us at least leave that and focus. Know that the man in Asurok is Buhari. And he has also failed. Just like many state governors have failed. We hold him, but once we are saying, if we keep saying he's not Buhari, he's Jubri from Sudan, he's Jubri from Sudan, other people who even want to come to our rescue, who want to support our agitation, will say, no, these people are not serious. I think this is where I'll pause for now.
Voice recognition software. From
Yes.
Bello, I'm going to take you on seriously on it because you are one of the
Oh
one
yes, oh yes.
that probably going to
I
look
can't wait for this.
that you are one of the
I
one that will
can't wait.
probably look stupid if this one fall away
I
from
can't.
you. I
I
would probably
can't.
like to say a very big thank you to Maxi for that one. You just opened the can of worm. It's not only worm,
Oh dear.
worm and
Oh
flies.
dear.
Okay, Let's take
No,
it to
yeah.
Frank Bello and let's hear
Oh,
from
yeah.
you.
Oh, yeah.
If you
Thank you.
cannot
Thank you.
convince this man tonight, you're gonna get voted out next. Yeah, guys,
Oh, good.
prepare to
Oh, good.
vote. If it
Just wait.
cannot prove, if you cannot prove this one right
I've
tonight, if you cannot, you're sitting down in front of a PC, please use everything you have in the whole world to disprove this. If you cannot disprove it tonight and convince this man, because this is educational, this is a conference, this is where we analyze what has been said that is wrong and try to correct and rewrite the wrong to be right. Right? If you cannot do it, we are voting Frank Bello
I,
out. If you cannot do it, go ahead, Frank.
yeah. Yes, I'm sure Mazi is first of all aware of a technology called hologram. I'm sure he's aware of that
Yes.
because
Yes.
I show I showcased that hologram technology on my show earlier on today. I'm pretty sure that Mazi is aware of a young lad. I think they said he's an actor or something like that, that speaks more like Muhammadu Buhari. If this guy speaks, you will think it is Muhammadu Buhari speaking indirectly. If you put both of them together in the same room and on the same voice recognition that you are talking about, I'm pretty sure. I wanted to play you a sample. Maybe I wanted to play you a sample. Maybe Mr. Ade Thomas, the moderator, might probably help me out at the studio
Okay,
and
do you
then
want to
look
send it to me
for.
or you want to do it yourself?
I think it is actually on YouTube.
Is it on
Let me
your
see if I
is it
can.
on your if you want to do anything on your screen, I will take your screen from you if you want to. If you want to show anything on your screen, I will take your screen off you and I will show your screen to our people. This is technology time. Go ahead. Send me the link.
Okay.
I'm
All
waiting.
right. All right. Let me quickly just search for this particular stuff. I'm going to go on to YouTube.
Even if you
Now,
look at this guy, Kenny Black is another one that's good about making other people's voice.
no. No, I will go on to this particular one. Um,
I like the guys online here. I love you to pieces. The only thing is that you're not driving this up, but I love you because you just make things go well. Look, there's no gang voting, there's no tactical voting in this one. Don't vote. We're not even voting yet. Yeah. So there's no tactical voting because it has to. We have to have two Biafran, two Odudua. So unless you're gonna give me another Biafran, you cannot vote the Biafrans out unless you're going to give me a prayer friend. I got about four other people lining up for Yoruba, so you can vote Yoruba. Even if you like,
okay.
vote.
Uh, do you want me to send you the link, Mr.
Send me the link quickly. Yeah.
Okay, I will send you the link
Okay.
on.
Doctor's battery is running low, and he hasn't got a charger, so I will let Doctor go because I don't want him to be out. Okay, Doctor, I'll let you go. God bless you. And I hope when we call you next time, you will respond to us and you will always love to be part of this program because this program is very educative rather. Do you want to give your
Yeah.
last word before you go?
Yes, actually, I will give my last word, but I will also try and see if I can connect to another device. But if not, that's fine. Now, it is a pleasure, honestly, an immense pleasure to have this opportunity to express my views about the possibility of our two nations emerging to be part of the world community. Is going to happen. It is just matter of time. It's matter of when and not if. Thank you very much, and it is important that we work together. We must work together. We don't. It is not an option because if you work together, coordinate better, and strategize better, we will achieve much. Thank you very much, and I will be glad to appear again if I have the opportunity. Thank you very much.
I'm gonna give Doctor a job today. You're gonna be a co-producer of this program. So every Friday we do it so that you can actually supply me with candidates for the screen, and then you will help me promote the GoFundMe that we use in supporting this program we're hearing. On Thursdays is Biafran alone, no Yoruba, Biafran alone. On Friday is both Biafrans and Yoruba together. On Tuesday is Yoruba alone. I'm gonna pin the GoFundMe underneath, and I will send it to you by text, WhatsApp as well. Please, guys, share the GoFundMe. Even if you cannot put anything there, share it. Let it go viral, because that will make life easy for this program to continue. Because obviously, it needs to be funded somehow or in one way or the other. If you have the time, come back to us. If not, please keep in touch and follow the program, review, and answer some of the things. Doctor, it's nice having you on the show tonight. Good night, and have a pleasant time. Thank you, sir. Okay, I'm gonna give it back to these two people that wants to make my day, because they're gonna really make my day.
Maybe you want to check what I sent you, Mr. Moderator, Mr. Thomas.
Okay,
it's
you keep talking, and I'm gonna try and bring it to your screen.
Yeah.
When I flip your screen round twice, you know
No,
it's
it
ready.
it is on your WhatsApp.
Yeah, I've seen it.
Yeah.
I'm actually bringing it in now. Yeah, so
Now,
it might take a couple of seconds.
Yes. Now, I'm quite surprised and at the same time flabbergasted that Mazi can be easily bought by the fraud that is perpetrated right inside Aso Rock. Perhaps Mazi is not really aware and is not probably conscious of the high level of information that is in my possession. Perhaps Mazi is not aware that both the major key stakeholders that Mr. Babalola described as the order of the federation in the country, because the country's got certain level, and you see they are the same clique. That's why they call them the order of the federation. Perhaps he's not aware that those at the very top echelon of the Nigerian society in terms of the class are aware that the person they've got in Aso Rock is not the real Muhammadu Buhari. Perhaps Mazi is not aware of the APC chairman's statement when they ganged up to want to remove him as the chairman of the APC, to which Adams Oshiomhole said, try and remove me and I will tell Nigerians the impostor in Aso Rock. Perhaps Mazi is not aware that Rochas Okorocha equally threatened the Sokoto Caliphate to reveal the man in Aso Rock as an impostor if they refuse to let him go into the Senate, and only for the Sultan of Sokoto to quickly make a trip to the Biafra country to begin to beg Rochas Okorocha not to reveal the impostor in Aso Rock. Perhaps Mazi is not aware that Aisha Muhammadu Buhari equally gave Nigerians the hint that my husband is not the one ruling. They've hijacked my husband's government. Perhaps Mazi is not aware that just recently, not too long ago, the same Baba Obasanjo told Aisha Buhari open blank and in public in the papers that when she talked to her husband in a bedroom talk, perhaps you are not aware of all those. Perhaps you are not aware that retired Lieutenant Theophilus Yakubu Danjuma from the Middle Belt equally voiced out his concern that that was not the same Muhammadu Buhari that they all campaigned for in 2015 to take over power from Goodluck Ebele Jonathan. And perhaps, maybe Mazi is not quite aware of the comedian that speaks exactly the way Muhammadu Buhari speaks. And perhaps now that I streamed a show about the new technology of the hologram, I'm not too sure if Mazi is aware of hologram as a technology to which you would think, I mean, Barack Obama was used in that experiment that I streamed online today, to which they said, well, which of those is Barack Obama? And many people thought it was Barack Obama, but it wasn't Barack Obama, but hologram. Perhaps.
Okay, your video is ready if you need it.
Yes.
If I should begin to address or greet everybody, some people might get offended. So let me stand on the existing protocol. Many Nigerians have started the normal noise they always make on social media. I started wondering, why is that happening suddenly? Only to realize that Big Brother Nigeria is over. So suddenly their senses has returned. Unfortunately, I wanted to know, I am more than happy to be here and see all of you this evening. Indeed, it's a great gathering where a lot of people come here to have a relief and ease their burden. I always tell you that comedians should be addressed as doctors because they are specialists in treating high blood pressure. You don't need to spend your money unnecessarily. Just get a comedian that will be checking you up time to time. You might not pay up to the amount you spend in hospitals. I know some of you that like a woman will say they are treating their blood pressure with 1,500. Trust me, you will be disappointed with this arrangement. I want to appreciate the governor of Oyo State for the wonderful work he is doing to the people of Oyo State. Kudos to him. I think he deserves a round of applause.
I'm gonna put that one there, and I will get back to you in the studio online so that you can continue your discussion.
Yes. Now, we've just seen that, although this particular clip, I'm not really picking that voice very well, but there are some other ones that are quite sophisticated. So where Mazi said he dipped that Muhammadu Buhari voice into a voice recognition software, and it showed clearly that it was Muhammadu Buhari. Now, was that the same Muhammadu Buhari that addressed the same Nigerians in his first broadcast, to which he said COVID-19? Is that the same Muhammadu Buhari that you dipped his voice into the voice recognition software and you were able to tell that that was Muhammadu Buhari? From what premises? How did you compare the voice of Muhammadu Buhari in 2015 before the election as opposed to the same Muhammadu Buhari that was screened before the 2019 general election, to which the vice president was interpreting everything for him? The same Muhammadu Buhari that was unable to understand the differences between Alamanjiri and fertilizers. Is that the same Muhammadu Buhari? So which of the Muhammadu Buhari's voices, because you've got different for Muhammadu Buhari's resident at the State House, and the death of Abba Kyari had already exposed COVID-19, and the death of Abba Kyari exposed the atrocities at the State House in Aso Rock. Perhaps Mazi is not aware currently that you don't have a chief of army staff. Perhaps Mazi is not aware that 2 people were shot dead inside Aso Rock, only for Aso Rock to come up the next day after my show to say to us that Muhammadu Buhari's bodyguard was shot dead. Was I died because he had diabetes. They killed him.
They killed him
Perhaps
before because he
Mazi,
had diabetes.
the man who's been treating diabetes for a long time,
Yeah,
and who's been controlling diabetes,
yeah,
and somebody who is in that position, and a bodyguard, a
yeah.
retired soldier who's got the best medical facilities in the Nigerian army, just died just prematurely because of diabetes, type 2 diabetes, not type 1, type 2 diabetes that he has been controlling for a long time. Perhaps
Okay,
Mazi
I don't want you
does
to
not know
bully
the date.
Maxi because you got a big amount, yeah, and you do this for every day for a living. And Maxi is a gentleman. You can see if you put water in his mouth, you're gonna make it there for the following day. So I don't want you to bully him with all your cabals you have online because you have so much cabals online. Let's give Maxi some chance to actually say one word or the other. Maxi, you don't have to defend yourself. Uh, I'm gonna give you the honor because this man is a talkative. You can talk from now to tomorrow to try and justify anything. Yeah. Thank God he's not a scientist. He will tell you water is alcohol and he will tell you alcohol is petroleum. And he will be able to argue it and go out successfully with it. Maxi, over to you.
Thank you. When we meet in this kind of forum, we learn a lot.
That's correct, sir.
And I have learned from him, and I believe that he also learned from me. When he talked about hologram, I laughed because I wanted, in fact, the question is, was it hologram, Buhari's hologram that addressed United Nations about 3 times now? Was it hologram that addressed AU? About 3 times since the rumor, I think the rumor of his death and burial started 2017. When I did that voice recognition software comparison was 2018. What you do, you can download it. But I think that the one I used then was £13 something. You pick up 3 or 5 minutes from his speech in 2015, then you can pick up his latest speech. It will give you 90 something. If the comedian you mentioned, if you put his voice there, in the recognition software and put Buhari's original voice, it will tell you clear that they are not the same. It doesn't matter whether they sound alike or he mimic the person. It does not matter. Now, let us even go to the newspaper reports. You said Oshomole said this and Okorocha said this. Those things only appeared on all these fake websites. No major newspaper carried those news. That Okorocha said he will expose who was in Asu Rock or Oshomole. Yes. No major newspaper. When all the online news that I saw it were all these fake news online news. I didn't see it on any major newspaper.
Okay,
To
Mercy,
the best of my
can I
knowledge.
stop you there
Now,
for a second? Mercy, you're gonna continue back in a minute. Frank, that's a very big
Yeah,
blow to you, to your argument. I really want you to explain yourself. The Punch that doesn't like the government, did he carry that news?
I'm just I'm
Okay,
just going on
keep
onto
looking.
it.
I'm gonna give it back to Mercy because this is an educative program, and I want people to get education. Go ahead, Mercy. Mercy.
now, when the rumor of Buhari dying and he was buried in Saudi Arabia and one Jubril was cloned and all those things started, don't forget that Saraki was the Senate president. The whole Senate president and the Senate and the House of Representatives were all anti-Buhari people, which they had the opportunity to even remove him. You understand? And remember that Osibanjo himself would also love to be president. Remember that Tinubu would also love Osibanjo to be president. Tinubu in Nigeria is not a little man. If Buhari died and he was cloned, Tinubu will be aware. You understand? Even America, even Trump hates Buhari and his government because he knows that APC was among those that sponsored Hillary Clinton. So he wouldn't have allowed fake Buhari or this clone Buhari to even come to America to address them and all those kind of things. So that this particular issue, we have to look into it because I've discussed this with a lot of people. They said Buhari died here. They took him to Saudi Arabia. In fact, I saw even his diagnosis. You live in UK here. You know the data protection law in UK. That even your own child to get his medical record will be very difficult when in certain instances. Talk less of somebody getting Buhari's this thing, and it was poorly written. How he died and all those kind of diseases where he was treated. I can't even remember that hospital in London, and even death certificate that was also poorly written. So when I saw all these things, I laughed over it. Unfortunately, I didn't know that a lot of people would believe it. So my brother, you have to go and do under investigation. You have to do under investigation because yes, you have some information, but I will advise you do further investigation pertaining this because even within our own struggle, this thing is really distracting us in Biafran struggle because it seems we've abandoned our major goal and we are now dabbling into who is in Asu Rock, who is not in Asu Rock, and we've wasted a lot of time discussing this thing, who is in Asu Rock, and the dates and months and years are going. Our people are still suffering. Our people are still dying of all manner of preventable diseases. Our schools are still in the dilapidated position. Some of them, some people don't even go to school during rainy seasons. So we have abandoned a lot of things and we are concentrating on something that to me is not really relevant because I know 100%, I can bet anything that man in Aso Rock is Muhammad Buhari. Now, if you talk about how Buhari talks, Buhari is quite old. I don't believe he's 70 something. I believe he's in his 80s. And we know when people get to that level, dementia kicks in. You understand? Dementia kicks in. They begin to be forgetful. That is why they don't even allow him to have any live program because they know he is going to embarrass himself and the party. He's quite old. It's because of love of power that he's still there and people around him, they keep pushing him to be there so that they'll continue to steal money. Buhari is quite weak mentally right now. This is my own view. And I believe he could have an atom of dementia. And that is why he cannot really pronounce a lot of things. He cannot really understand many things because of that. It's not because that the person there is fake Buhari. It's not true. Thank you.
Mr. Moderator, please check your maybe I'm sending another one now.
Okay.
Please,
Because we want to
yeah,
prove to the whole world this one a little bit more.
yeah. You've got two stuff there that I want you to please beam to the whole world.
But this one is not from
And
Punch. It's from somewhere else that might not be reliable.
yeah, Punch might not be able to do that, but trust me, the
It's
real
AP.
gist filter in through the back.
Okay. Niger Live TV. Who owns Niger Live TV? I think it's our godfather here that owns Niger Live TV.
At least you're supposed to see that on premium time, or at least something. Even these, all of them, not all.
Mr. Madi in the information service, and I know how they operate, how the cabal and government of Nigeria operates. I know their secret. I have been a victim of their operation. I have been in information service for a long time. And I know if you don't dance to their tune, they will frustrate you, they will frustrate your paper. It's happened.
I
It's
understand that,
happened to
yeah.
me. It has happened to me. So because it has happened to me, I am in a better position to tell people exactly from how information is disseminated in Nigeria. You think the Nigerian media are free? Let Punch newspaper carry that. Perhaps the editor of the Punch newspaper will be shut down. You think Nigeria is not a mafia country? Nigeria is ruled by the mafia. We all know. We all know exactly what is happening. I've just given you an
Okay,
instance.
people want to call in.
How come when Abakari died, that there was this tussle and struggle between Maman Daura, Aisha Buhari, and at the same time, Babagana Kinkibe? How come? How come that Maman Daura and some other few people wanted to gain access into Abakari's office, and Babagana Kinkibe stopped them? And at the same time, Buhari's ADC. We know of this secret. Most of the secret information that happens at the corridors of power don't get through to the mainstream media.
Okay, guys,
And
I'm
that
going
is
to put on hold
censorship.
on that conversation. I'm going to take it away from you guys. We will find another time that it will just be, is Buhari the one in Aso Rock? And then I will bring three people that will face you because you seem to be enjoying your newly founded fame with your cabal online, because I'm sure you're reading their thing. We're gonna open the line in some few minutes, but let's give it to Daddy Ajala, and let's give it to Daddy Ajala quickly because I haven't given it to him for a long time, and I haven't actually replaced Doctor. I'm going to find another man to take Doctor space quickly, and Daddy Ajala, educate us. Do you believe the man in Nasarok is Buhari, or you buying into the idea, the fake idea of my big mouthed brother that always wear blue and jacket because he has all this information and technology at his hand? Go ahead, Daddy.
Well, I beg to say something obvious.
Okay, go ahead.
There's no point at this stage in our struggle to discuss who is in Aso or not Aso. We are wasting our time.
Mm.
The important thing is that that country has destroyed all of us. It has made a mess of even our own brothers. It has made a mess of those who claim to represent us while they are not representing us. What I am much concerned is about to let our people know that we don't really need that country to survive. We don't need the construction called Nigeria, which was made up as a trading post. These are the things we have to start to expound. I don't want to know who is in Lagos. I don't want to know who is in Sokoto because we are collectively deceiving ourselves. Even me here, the real issue is for us to stand up and make it clear the position that that country has expired since 2014 and is living illegally. Whoever is in Aso Rock or not does not concern me, and I'm not prepared to bandy words on that. That's my point of view.
Okay, now back to your own thing then. What do you have to educate us with? Anything enlighten us? Because I know you sent me some few map earlier on. Do you want to talk about the map, Daddy? Ajara?
Yeah, that map, I had passed it around several communities in Nigeria, even in the north, even to the late Adobairo, stating that you already have an Islamic Arewa Republic. The best thing for us, for everyone to go our own way, so that you develop your own area according to your pace, your vision, and your way of life. Then we develop our own area. If we like, we start using our language, not the colonial language, the slave language, which we seem to pretend to know so much about. I want the average Igbo man to be versed in Igbo language. I want the average Yoruba man to be versed in Yoruba language. So also those of them, like I told the Adubairo, let your people go and my people go. We can now sign an agreement of cooperation to construct certain things that will link us, like the railway and the roads of standard gauge, like we have between Europe and Russia. They changed everything to the standard gauge so that trade and commerce can flow easily across. Even to Turkey, at some point, they have started to make sure that railway from London can reach Istanbul. They are making corrections on the lines. This is the way nations grow. Nations grow on the basis of a common language, common ancestral origin, common vision to life. We don't have that in Nigeria. That's why we keep on bickering who is in Asoro, who is in Port Harcourt, who is controlling this. I'm not interested in that. We are wasting time. We've been given the good opportunity that we've been registered as part of United Nations people who are agitating for their own new nations. In the past 35 years, 33 new countries emerged in the world. We want to be part of this movement. We want to be part of new growth. Starting, we have to repioneer our growth. Some people are complaining that no schools and so on. We start afresh. It's not difficult. We start afresh. We start right from the village. Agriculture, roads, storage systems, processing, marketing. There's so thousands of jobs uncreated in that country. And we keep on complaining because we do not know that that country is expired, or we refuse to admit that it's an expired country. We keep on electing people. Before we finish an election, so people are already thinking for the next one. That's rubbish. That's my position. Let us wake up. Let us tell our people. That map shows that since 2000, year 2000, when Zamfara state established its Sharia state, all other states immediately followed up, 12 new states. They are all collectively an Islamic republic. You can't go there and behave wrongly. You'll be sent to an Islamic court. Your federal courts don't have hold in there, even though you are told that they still have some hold. No, that's the fact. And BBC has been publishing this over the past many years, and most of us who are so well educated ignored it. They captioned it Nigeria, a divided nation. Nigeria, that they've published it over and over, and they will write a footnote there, and they will try to put the figures of population. I only kept this one from the time the first copy came up, and then the black part was some of the writings which I didn't have enough time to copy it out there into that place. But it's there for us to see. What are we doing? The Yorubas and the Igbos. We keep on beckoning is the leaders. No, we are not interested in the leaders. We're interested if you understand the major thing. Those leaders are behaving because they are willfully ignorant of their environment. They think they can keep on pressing down the common man and then using the word of poverty to say that they cannot rise. The serfs in Europe rose against their masters, broke their palaces down with sledgehammers made of wood. If some of you have seen the films before, we can do this again. And this time, it's not going to be about war. It's about understanding. The people at home are fed up with our talks about who is in Sorok, who is in. I'm not interested. Let them bring somebody. Let it still be the same man. Whether it's saline, that is not my headache. Somebody is bound to get old because at the time I told him when he came for his treatment here that now you've got very good treatment here. Mr. President, could you make sure that our health service starts to grow up? I told him so when I was on broadcast. And the
Okay.
same thing I did to Obasanjo. I've always told them it's not about being a fear. To tell you the truth, no one can touch you. I'm not interested in whether they pack the whole of central bank to their home. We can start from day one and we will grow rapidly. So I want us to have that self belief.
Thank you very much, sir. I really appreciate that. It was a I couldn't commend you enough with what people were saying online about what you've just said because everybody is just falling in love with your speech. They even said, and I quote, "Agbakiwa lọ́jà kórí ọmọ tuntun wọ́," that you've done well, Daddy, that you've spoken well. That is, the adult will not be in the market for the baby's head at the back go stupidly. I like to say very thank you. Can I crack a joke before we continue? And I have a gentleman I just brought on because he's been pestering my life. He even threatened me with a gun that if I don't bring him on, that's why it goes dark on the screen. That if I don't bring him on, he wants to come and side. He's one of Frank's baby, so he wants to come and side Frank. He said Frank cannot fight, so he wants to come and fight for Frank. Unfortunately, there's no need for that. So let's go for this joke. I want people online to actually go for an answer. A two-word that can give an answer to this little girl. Let's have a look. Please reply like a Nigerian mother. I'm still waiting for it to show up at your hand. Okay. This picture came courtesy of Foluke Teller of Lishabu Grammar School, Abeokuta in Nigeria. I reply like a Nigerian mom. So you guys, I need your reply on this one. Two-word reply. No, that's three words. Four words. Four words. Three words. Three words. Three words. Three words. Three words. Three words. Smile. We're not looking for smile. 5 words, 4 words. Oh, Oba Matthew is the one that get it wrong. Congratulations, Oba Matthew. Where are you based, Oba Matthew? Please send me your number to Heritage Inbox. I'm gonna bring you in because you have just done something unimaginable. Where are you? You are in Benin, Nigeria. Please inbox me quickly. Let's have a quick chat. Yeah, let's have a quick chat. Thank you very much. Okay, we go back to our discussion of the day. Sometimes you have to crack the joke to make the day flies. Gentlemen, you are here already, so I'm gonna give you like 2 minutes to say something. If you don't say anything reasonable, I will vote you up myself. But actually, I'm gonna give you 30 seconds. Go ahead, say something to us. Let's listen to you. And your time start now.
Hello, everyone. Yes. Hello, everyone. Hello, Frank.
Go ahead, 30 seconds. You only got 20 left now.
Okay, yeah. Please, I want to respond in respect of the man that said he doesn't believe that Buhari is dead. And
You want to say the man or
having
the
said
uncle?
that,
Wait, you want to say the man? Look, I command respect here. You have to respect the elders. You can't call him a man.
I'm,
You have to call
I'm
him uncle.
okay. I'm sorry, Mr. Moderator. The uncle
Yeah, that's better.
that yes, please. I'm sorry about that. I'm sorry, sir. Okay. So please, I want to respond to that because you see, this issue of Buhari is not something that we will see as if maybe the media cause there are fake news. But I want to take us back to when the news started flipping in the air. There's a particular man, I think his name is Eric Joyce. Those in the UK, United Kingdom, should know better about him. Former member of the parliament. He was one of the first that broke in that news. And when he broke that news, he said something. Now, Nigeria government refuted it, that it's a lie. Now, he now retweeted via his Twitter handle that he has a credible evidence to support his claims that if Nigeria government feel otherwise, feel maybe he's giving a fake information, that the Nigeria government should sue him. But till date, Nigeria government have neither responded or any attempt to sue him in respect of that. You can imagine such word, a word of such credibility, for him to make such assertion and also tell the Nigerian government to sue him if they believe that the information is fake. Until date, Femi Adesina, Garba Shehu, and also the Nigeria control media have not find it possible to say, okay, let's revisit this issue. So don't you think something is wrong somewhere? So why has the Nigerian government not challenged Eric Joyce in respect of that statement? Why? Why has Nigerian media not been able to air it? Of course, they cannot air it because they are being controlled by the Nigerian government. It's not possible for them to start digging into it. Now, having said that, you talked about America, that of course Trump hates Buhari. Based on that, he wouldn't have allowed such person to be there. That, from you saying that, it means that you don't even understand international. Let me also take us back to, there's a particular journalist, a Saudi Arabia journalist that was killed a couple of years back in Turkey, in Saudi Arabia embassy in Turkey, by name Jamal Khashoggi. It's so blood to the world. The information is so clear. Somebody entered an embassy and all of a sudden disappeared. There's overwhelming evidence that he was killed in Saudi Arabia embassy in Turkey. But yet, did America say anything? Till date, what has happened? So that was what made me to tell him that he don't even understand how international politics works. Of course, every country is going where they will benefit. They believe that they still have something that they are benefiting from Nigeria. That is more reason why they have not responded the way you think. So we can only do this by helping ourselves to tell ourselves the truth, not by believing that maybe a whole lot of things coming up in the media is fake. No. So having said that,
I think from the last speaker, yes, it is really true that we've dragged this issue on social media, talking. Yes, it is quite clear, but it is still good to still support this agitation with this kind of media chatting and also
Okay, we've run out of
sensitization.
time, Uncle. I want to thank you for coming on the show today. It's nice having you. What's your name again?
Thomas Armstrong is my name, please.
How many times did you share the show?
No, I'll be sharing anyway. I'll be
You see,
sharing.
this is what is fun about this. I will make sure you smile, you laugh, you giggle, you do everything possible. I'm so honored to have you on the show today. I hope next time when we invite you physically, you will be able to be with us. Thank you very much, Mr. Eric. I'm going to try and bring Fatai Okuribido into the studio now because I'm going to say bye bye to Uncle the uncle that just spoke. I'm sure it's one of Frank, the one Frank paid on his show to say, come and support me on this program," and they managed to support you very well. Oh, maybe good information because Eric Joyce information is there for everybody to go through. Like I said, this show is about educating our people, change people's mindset, put them where they're supposed to be, and get them to where they're supposed to be. And where we want to get everybody is to get everybody onto freedom. Okay, who should I speak to next? Maybe I don't want to hear from Frank again. I'm bored with his voice. It's just been and my brother that gave us right information. My brother is civilized. Sir, what's your discipline? What's your discipline?
Well, I studied philosophy.
Okay, now understandable. Now I understand you now. Because I'm wondering, why is this man making so much sense? Baba talked about philosophy yesterday, Alex Ajala. He talked about philosophy a lot yesterday. I'm going to team you up with Daddy Alex Ajala to actually have a word together. Maybe you might be able to discuss something that will make our audience happy and do something. No, you again, you get out, Frank Billo. Every time I try to get rid of him, I don't seem to be able to. What are you doing? You must be using a spell on me. What are you doing, Frank? Are you using a spell for real? Huh? Behave yourself, Uncle Frank. So let's bring Daddy Ajala into that screen. And okay, I managed to shut his face. Now that was good. I know your fans won't like that, but at least you're gone for some time. Daddy Ajala and Uncle Mazi, you are both on now. Can you say hello to each other and start a conversation? Take us anywhere you want to take us. Discuss some history. Put some history on the ground. I can see Pa Ajala holding some books. You want to talk about it, or what do you want to talk about?
Well, it just we haven't really, most of us Africans only read to pass our exams and become excellent in our discipline. We are mostly academicians. We are not intellectuals. Why do I say this? When you have become someone who has a PhD in physics, physics is one rounding subject that encompasses almost everything, just like geography. You now have to go back to the origin. How did this thing start? That's the same way nations or countries or territories. You need to go and find out. And that's why even in experimental physics and so on, you still have to go back to how was it done before? Can I improve on the nature of things now? And what improvement do I need for the future? What kind of uh, computational position do I want to apply to make things better from where it is coming? And that's why simply you have what some of our elders back home say, yesterday, today, tomorrow. It's very important in life. Because I kept on asking some young men who say, let us leave history apart. Then I said, can you leave your birthday apart? Is it possible? Because that beginning is self-history. And this is the history of every other one. It's even the history of a tree that is planted from a seed. And that is why the African tend to maybe become so willfully blind to the issues around him and play around words on things that are not very important. Like, do we ask ourselves why corruption? Why are people stealing money? Why? All we know is, that man stolen 200 billion and all that. Ask yourself, why? Are there reasons that it happens? Are there reasons that it may not happen again that we could exploit? I'm not interested in hearing that somebody has been chased and then they've got 200 billion from his account and brought it back. When they brought it back, is it still going to be useful to the people who have brought it back? Have they reapplied it to where it's supposed to go? Look at, I will tell you one frank thing. When we were at school, we spent about 2.5 weeks in Kanji Dam when it was still being built. It was completed in 1969 and it came on stream later that year with only 960 megawatts of electricity to supply. And the general manager at that time of the Niger Dam Authority, NDA, not Nigerian Defense Academy, it was Niger Dam Authority, said to us, some of with the papers we wrote then, that immediately they switched on Kanji Dam, Ijora Power Station was going to be shut down. Then our question to him was that, whatever happens, Ijora Power Station has been supplying. Don't you think that it should complement what Kanji Dam is doing? And that looking at the population of Lagos, it's a very important commercial and industrial location for the country. I don't say nation because we don't have a nation. For that country. So look at what the situation is now. Almost all the factories in Ikeja are lost and they are replaced by maybe churches or they are producing new souls, I believe. It's not a joke. Thousands and thousands of people that have been employed and the multiplier effect of supply and demand and the growth of such places spreading out to other locations has been killed. Most of the factories, like the man was making, Mr. Denuga mentioned his name, making wine and whiskey from kola nut. His factory is now in Ghana. So it means the Ghanaian farmers who plant kola nut are going to benefit as a supply chain for his factory. That has been lost to the Ijebu and Ondo land area where there was those days people are not cultivated. And even the kola nut, the Malians were coming to buy from our land well before slave trade. They brought salt to us and we sold kola nut to them. Even before colonization, even before the construction of the different spheres of influence that we now see and call countries in Africa, and which most of the time we erroneously call them nations. They are not nations. They are just mere trading posts. And invariably, I'm surmising that we really don't have African nations. We have European countries in Africa, aptly named for their own purpose of trade. Our forefathers did not create them.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I think we're gonna open the line for some few minutes. Fatah people are just turn up. We're gonna open the line for some few seconds. Caller, please, let's do it honorably. I don't know whether we're gonna give out the number today. maybe we're just not gonna. I'm not gonna pin the number. I'm just gonna write the number there. I am not going to pin it. So if you miss it, you miss it. Okay, let's do it honorably tonight. I've said it so many times, no insult tonight. I've said it so many times. Please, no insult, especially when the adults are speaking. That is why I have to sanction my uncle that just left. He say he can't call the the man. He has to call him uncle because he's an uncle. Huh? We can't call him, we can't disrespect elderly people. Okay, so let's open the line quickly. No, while I'm going to open the line, I want our Fatai Okubiro to actually introduce himself quickly. Fatai, go ahead, introduce yourself if your microphone is working. Fatai is not there, oh, and I'll just actually pick him up. Okay, uh, if you know the number, you can start calling. I'm gonna roll the number in a minute. So please, straight to the question. Let's do the question quickly, and then we take it from there. And if you want to support us, the number, the details of how to support us is there already. I got a caller already. Okay, caller, where are you calling from?
Hello, good evening.
Good evening, sir.
Yeah, my name is Patrick, calling from Germany.
Oh, Patrick from Germany. Thank you for calling. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I just want to contribute to the online broadcast you are doing. It's a good job. I really love it, and I appreciate what you guys are doing.
Did you share it? How many times you share it? If you really appreciate it.
Yeah, I do share your program. I do share it because I love Mr. Frank so much. Because when you know the truth and you always say the truth, you will be an enemy to a lot of people. You know.
Are you thinking? Are you accusing me of anything I haven't done, sir?
No, Mr. Frank. No, Mr. Frank is as in he stand on the truth and he always say the truth.
I'm just winding you up, sir. I'm just winding. Oh yeah, go straight to your question, sir. Or contribution.
What I really want to contribute to the program is that before this man left, Mr. Femi left.
Yep.
Mr. Frank said something that let's go back to the way we are before the people came. You understand? And the man trying to twist everything that Niger Delta of 15. What is the meaning of Niger Delta? Can he Google it? And what is going to bring for him?
Okay, so I will help him to Google it while you're talking. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
Okay, sir. What I really want to say is that we have three. If they want to divide the country now, we just have Oduduwa, Ariwa, and Biafra Republic. You understand? But what I'm trying to say is that Mazi, the man online with you, Mazi, you know the truth, but you don't want to say the truth. Did Buhari have hole on his neck before? No. The answer is no. Aisha Buhari have came out 3 times. I've said with Yoruba, in Yoruba to say that because I grew up in Yoruba and I understand Yoruba very well.
And where are you from, sir? Where are you from originally?
I'm from Biafra land. I'm from Ebonyi State.
Nice one. Continue. Yeah.
So everyone know the truth. Even Femi Adesina came out and say it to declare that even what Adesina said, Femi Adesina said online with the radio station that called him. There must be even if that happened in another country, revolution will take place immediately. Because why are you deceiving over 2 million people for many years and no one is saying the truth and everyone know the truth and no one wants to say the truth? But I really enjoy your program, sir.
Thank you.
Keep what you are doing. And what I want to say is that people must say something bad on the platform. People must comment. You comment different kind of thing. Because if I'm not okay with someone, what someone is saying, I have to comment that is wrong. So that is normal thing. Thank you, sir.
God bless you, my brother. Thank you for the correction, sir. Next caller, quickly. Go ahead, yeah. You need to turn your system down, sir.
Okay.
Go ahead, my brother. I have to disconnect somebody for you because you are the one that got the answer right. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
I'm on, right?
Yes, you're on. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, good evening, wonderful people in the studio. My name is Most Favor Oniwo, and I'm calling from Netherlands. I just want to make a little contribution to the wonderful program.
Thanks.
And I must start by saying this. This is about time. It's about time we call a spade. Now, I also want to say this. Does it make any meaning if this new Yoruba nation emerged today and the Yoruba Oduduwa Republic maintain the same system of practice that Nigerians use, just like the same norms, the same system, the same way of corruption and everything? Does it make any meaning if Yoruba should emerge and Yoruba becomes just another new nation that is the same with Nigeria? Does it make any meaning if Biafran nation emerge today and just become just a new wine in the old bottle or old cup? To me, it makes no meaning. This new nation, both group of people, Yoruba and Biafran are fighting. We want to change the narrative. We want to restore how life should be. And if we must compete with the West, we must also adapt the system of the West. Why am I saying this? One of our analyzer in the studio there said, based on on his own narrative, he believed that Buhari is alive. Now I want to say this: if Buhari should be alive, if Muhammad Buhari is alive, what then? Why is it that since the Buhari we used to know 2014, 2015 is no longer this Buhari? Okay, he said that he's sick and he's old and that would be the reason. Could that be the reason why the Aisha Buhari would be locked out of her quarter and she was crying? It's in YouTube, you can check it out. If Buhari is now weak, that she's sick, she don't know, he's sick and he don't know what he's doing, could that be the reason why Aisha Buhari would say that 3 people have hijacked this government? Where is the man? Now again, daughter of Muhammad Buhari, which is Zara, she studied in England and she's very, very elite. She's influential. If Buhari is alive and he chooses to be moved on this issue that he's alive, and what stops Aisha Buhari, Zara Buhari, even Yusuf to sue Nnamdi Kanu that is shouting? Nnamdi Kanu has address in England. He is moving a registered organization. What stopped these 3 people, Yusuf Buhari, Aisha Buhari, and Zara? What stopped them from suing Nnamdi Kanu to International Criminal Court of Justice here in The Hague? If let's just say that Nnamdi Kanu cannot come to their court in Nigeria.
Okay.
So now, what stopped these
Uncle,
people?
I'm gonna stop there. I'm gonna stop you there. Number one, individual don't sue people in the criminal court of justice at the Hague. It has to be done by an organization, and it's not for people that say someone died or someone not died. They can sue them to Supreme Court in England, but the problem is sometimes leaders don't fight every battle. You understand? But I'm gonna let you go. Thank you very much for your comments, sir. I really appreciate you. Please support the channel. Do whatever you can do. Share the program. We've just posted the GoFund meeting. Please share it. Even if you cannot put money there, share it. Let more people know about it. Thank you very much, sir. God bless you. Hello, sir. Where are you calling from and what's your name, sir? Hello, your name and where you're calling from, sir?
Hello?
Hello, sir. Go ahead, you're on. Okay, if you call and you don't want to talk, it's not good enough. Okay? Okay, I think it's what's stop messing about. Go ahead, sir. You are live on Everyday Television tonight. What's your name and where you're calling from?
Hello, my name is Adisa. I'm calling from London. I'll just go straight to the point.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone on the program tonight. I just want us to be a bit objective. See, nobody can confirm for sure that the person in Aso Rock is Buhari or not. We're just guessing. It's all a guesswork. However, There's a research carried out by 3 people here in the UK. David James Robertson of the University of Strathclyde. There's another person, Alice Towler of UNSW, and a person called Jen Sanders of London School of Economics. The research was about what they call the hyper-reality mask. And the hyper-reality mask is extremely difficult to spot. If you wear the mask and you put the real person and the person wearing the mask together, it's difficult for you to identify who is the real person and who is the fake. And that's how far technology has gone. Having said that, there's also a technology called voice AI. That's ultra-realistic voice cloning and text speech. So that voice AI can clone a voice of somebody and they can translate it into speech. So for example, the speech by Buhari, you can use the voice AI to make that another person sound exactly like Buhari. That's how far technology has gone. Having said that, it is possible that the person in Aso Rock is still Buhari, and the only reason why they are shielding him is because he's demented. And he will embarrass himself, he will embarrass APC, and he will embarrass the whole political circle. And
Thank you very much for your contribution, sir. We really appreciate that. Thank you very much, sir. Guys, if you call again, don't talk about Buhari alive. Buhari is not alive. We're tired and sick of that. Let's talk about how to find solution, drive solution to our problem instead of talking about Buhari. If you call in now to come in, if you talk about Buhari, I'm just going to cut you off straight away. Sorry for that, Uncle. Your name, where you're calling from, please don't talk about Buhari. Let's talk about ourselves. And turn your system down, please. Go ahead.
I should hold on.
No, go ahead, but turn your system down behind you.
I should go on, sir.
Yes, go on, but turn your system down.
Yeah.
Go on.
I've turned it down already. I'm not there. And my question is, good evening, sir. Good evening, all. My name is Ichi. I'm calling from France. My question is, can imposter address United Nations? Can imposter address meet the most powerful president in the whole world, the president of America? Is it possible? That's my question.
Thank you very much. Frank Bello, you need to answer this one, or otherwise we'll cut your head off. Frank, can an imposter address the United Nations? Can an imposter?
Why not? If that is the person your country presented as your president, the United Nations will accept that with you. It is possible. That's who you say is your president. So the United Nations will not dispute that. Simple.
Provided there's nobody like Nigel Farage in the United Nations who's gonna say, "Hold on, you guys are stupid.
Yes.
It's not done." Nigel will say it. Okay. You know what we're gonna do? I got a candidate that will support my brother Mazi. The day we want to take you on. Let's go to this young man in the middle that's just joined us, Fatai Ogunribido. We thank you for coming, sir. Can you introduce yourself and open another speech, another direction?
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. My name is Fatai Ogunribido, and I'm just an advocate of Yoruba Nation, the Oduduwa Republic. I've been watching tonight with keen interest, and I thank all the contributors and all those who are funding. We are on the right course. And one thing is very peculiar tonight, which I really want to actually point to, and that is the issue of the distraction from the goal of the intention of this program. We are here just to sensitize people in both Oduduwa Republic and Biafra land, especially the majority of our people who are yet to really understand the plight that we've been facing since independence as a region, united in one unity, which is South Nigeria, because we want our freedom. So we have to have focus about how to sensitize our people how to mobilize them and how to motivate them so that they can think right and act right at this point in time. Anyway, please let us know that the issue of Buhari, whether he is or whether he's not, should not be coming on now. Because let's even ask ourselves a question: can anything good ever come out of Aso Rock? Can anything good ever come to the south from these Keba people who have been dictating our destiny since independence? Definitely no. So why wasting our time on all these issues, whether it's Buhari or whether it's not Buhari? Whoever is in Aso Rock, I'm not bothered tonight. What I'm bothered about is the processes that we are going to take in order to grab our destiny back from those who have buried that destiny in the desert of the north or on under the carpet in Aso Rock, because that is exactly what has been happening. South Nigeria, as popular and as very intelligent, as quite very resourceful as they are, has been completely denied their rights place in the world of politics, economy, social, and in every aspect of life emancipation. We know that for sure. And we are right on track. That is why tonight I'm quite disappointed because of this distraction. We are right on track. Only less than 2 weeks ago, as Yoruba people, everybody knows that we don't do things through the back way. We go through the right channel. And that's the reason why it is not the noise that we are making that really matters, but the step that we are taking to achieve our life goal, which is to have our destiny grabbed back so we can live the normal life that we have to live. And Yoruba race can take that lead in the emancipation of the black world. This is what our goal is all about. Now, only less than 2 weeks ago, we are happy and so delighted that at least a positive move has been made as we have been accepted. We know the background of Nigeria. It was just, in 1914, what was made up as a sort of economic resource for United Kingdom, and that role is what is being played today, directly or indirectly, because we've never controlled our destiny in Nigeria. Those who wanted power from the north are trying to bribe so that they can retain power and exploit. And those who wanted the economic emancipation and economic progress are trying to use them as stooge in order to make sure that whatever they want in Nigeria, they have. So we are in
we don't want to talk about we don't want to talk about Buhari anymore. Let's move on from that.
Okay, that's what I'm saying. I'm moving forward now. I'm not talking about Buhari now. I'm talking about what steps are we taking about pushing our agenda forward. And that is sensitizing people, mobilizing them, and motivating them. Especially many of us who don't really understand what is happening. And even when you talk about the Odua Republic, they want to actually fight you. You see, we are happy that this year, or less than 2 weeks ago, we have been approved. I mean, we've been actually accepted by the UNPO, which is an organization that's actually an international organization, now violent, democratic, a democratic membership organization that actually accept people who are indigenous, who are minority in their nations, who are recognized, in their states, and who occupy, a well-recognized territory that have, in common culture, in common economic goal, in everything, and those being denied, that is having a source of complaints in which their complaints are going to be taken over and then discussed
Mr. Fatai,
so that
we
they
have
can
another
push it
caller.
forward.
Let's take this call quickly.
Okay.
Go ahead, sir. Caller. Your
Okay.
name and where you're calling from. Caller?
Yeah.
Your name and where you're calling from.
Calling from Italy.
Okay, go ahead, sir.
I just want to make a contribution on the way forward, because if we continue to be insulting one another, clamoring for Biafra, Odudua, we can't have it, because nobody will give us referendum. Those people love power. They can't. And the only two solutions I believe we need to make things happen in Nigeria is for we in diasporans to go back home in millions and conscientize our people back home and have a total shutdown of all states in Nigeria. That is number one idea. If we are ready, we can do it. Number two idea is for us to form an alliance
most especially the South-South, South-East, Southwest, the Great Alliance, Nnamdi Kanu, Shuwore, everybody. We start now consulting our people and have a party. So when the election comes, because the reason why they rig election in Nigeria, it is because the certain people don't vote. In my ward, last election, in my ward, we are about 890 something people. Only 120 something people came out to vote. So when they will get to Highland, about 700 people, they will rig it. But when everybody goes down and vote, we are our manager, we are our agent of our party. We stand here, we all voted for a particular party. They can't rig it because they know that the people that are they voted are a total number of the people that registered. So it will be very difficult for them to read because they know that people are vigilant about their vote. So we continue giving these people power because of our lackadaisical attitude towards the election. That is the only thing that can save us. Then when we have Nigeria in our party, when we have the hassle of, then we can decide on what to do. So that to give liberty to each region. So but everybody abusing, staying in Europe, causing each other cannot solve the problem for now. That is the only problem because everybody is just on the internet, talking. Nobody wants to go home. I went to Nigeria in August 2018 to register for PVC. I still went in February again to vote. They will use tactics to delay us. We will buy tickets 3 weeks, 1 month, so that we are ready for them. They will know that we are ready for them. That is the only thing with the Astros can do that can help people at home. If we wait for the Astros vote, they will never give us the Astros vote. Because you know that 25 million Nigerians in diaspora will put them out of power. So it is we that we're having these things that we need to go back to Nigeria and make it happen, not just streaming on social media and be fighting each other, insulting another, insulting our own insulting all those things are gone. The generation of people that are below 45 years can make this happen. We have the largest number of fleet population in the world. Nigeria has it. We can make it happen if we really want to do it. Instead of us causing one another, pointing fingers, already not doing fine, this one is not doing fine. Let's come together as one and fight these people to the war.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much.
Yes, are we still online?
Sorry, someone called just now. Someone sent a message, a message online about Aremo. His name is Aremo Tunde something. Could you please?
Salam.
Yeah, he's a
Salam.
blind promoter. Yeah, I know him. He's my friend. Yeah.
Could you please call the studio number and I will bring you onto the show because we want to try and educate ourselves. If you can, we can argue it out and see whether we can learn from you and take your idea or you can learn from us and take our idea. I think Daddy wants to say something. Daddy, go ahead, sir.
To go and rest now.
Okay.
But I want last speaker, the young man spoke. He thinks the election is the answer to, because that's the summary of what he's saying. Even if everybody start go to vote, what has happened from the beginning, which is not about insulting the Awolowo or the Zekans. There are some fundamental mistakes made from the Ibadan Conference of 1952, 53, and all those years. The constituency distribution was not right. It was looked back to the history of 1959 election, which is still the same play they are using. The North was given 168 seats. If they are voting in one of the constituency, you will still win against your 100,000 people if they vote. So, young man, it's not about election, people not attending and so on. People have seen beyond the smoke screen. So all the various elections that have been toppled over, even when somebody wins and they change the figure to the other person, it has become an art in the country. And that is why this agitation to start all over. Because I believe the East and West during the colonial times were highly developed areas. A lot of things that some of you don't know. We had an effective NHS in Western Nigeria. It started just when that of Britain started in 1948. The one in Western Nigeria started in 1954, just 6 years apart. And it is one of the things that gave people like me good health because we were always reminded to go every Friday to collect our preventative medicine because that time the message to the community, even in the village, was health is wealth and prevention is better than cure. And on that basis, the health science recorded every birth and death and whatever is happening to each individual, and also the free education. We understand this. This is where we believe we have to go back to. It's not about the spurious elections that is happening now. Even if we say, okay, let us go back to another election tape, it's still going to be the same result because there are more electoral seats in the north, which is wrong in the first place. And if you look at the population of the West as at that time, 1959, it was the most populous section of Africa, the Western Nigerian area. And it was the area where you have the most cities in Africa. Yet it was given only 57 seats if you want to take down the figure. And the North was given 168, and the East was given 77, and the rest was left for the colony. The total was 312. And there was a song then when the election was completed. 62 seats were returned unopposed in the North because I don't blame them. We agreed because some of our leaders who thought they were intelligent enough decided that to bring them into the so-called continuation of Nigeria, let them have this number of seats. That after all, we who have gone to school are going to be the ministers. They forgot they were running a parliamentary system, winners take all. And the winner was Balewa and Ahmadu Bello. So if you look at the records, very few ministerial posts was given to the South. I will, if you want, I will provide those figures later in another discussion because it's important we know the genesis of this problem. It's not about election. It's not about people not going to vote. I left London in 1982, August 9, to come and vote in Nigeria for the presidential election of August 10, only to get there and I was told that my vote had already been cast. What do I do? So I rest my case. It's not about election, my young man. It's not about
Okay.
everybody going to vote.
Thank you.
It is
Thank you very much,
not
Daddy. Yeah.
a solve problem. The case is that we should dissolve this amalgam that has expired.
Okay. Thank you
Thank
very much, sir. Daddy, we're
you.
gonna let you
Especially
go because
yeah,
it's a bit late for people like
yeah,
you. So thank you
yeah.
very much for your last word you've just put out
Actually,
there.
I have something I'm supposed to do because I'm doing a revision on one session of the administration of Nigeria from 1960 to 1900 to 1960. It was
Wow.
published to educate our people during the Civil War that we should see that we are not one. It's
Mm,
clearly written there. But we open our eyes, we don't see.
mm,
We hold it, we don't open.
mm.
There are a
Thank
lot of material that have been presented to us from the West, particularly England. There's an article in March 2002 about the African exception. I've sent it to some people, whereby they said people who have a common language, common tradition, are a better position to run their country successfully.
mm,
We don't have that in Nigeria. We are a motley crew of disjointed, irresponsible nationalities banded together in
mm.
marketplace. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good night, Daddy. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. We thank Daddy for that experience, wonderful experience. I have the last caller on the line, which I'm gonna take quickly. I'm gonna take the last caller. We're gonna, after taking the caller, we watch a video and then we will close the show for the day. Caller, go ahead, sir.
I'm Mr. Kennel Ernest from South Africa. Firstly, I want to comment on the last caller talking about the election. That's one thing some people fail to understand. One, Nigerian election are only won by numbers. And if we go according to the caller, the opinion, to protect your jurisdiction, fine and good. You can protect your jurisdiction, but you cannot protect the North. Understand me? If there is a electoral reform in Nigeria, for instance, if we are going by election, let's get our own person in power, then let's have electoral reform, number one, in the sense that before you can be a president of Nigeria, you need to win a certain percentage of vote from every region. You understand me? That one aside. But for me, I don't believe that election, PVC, can take us anywhere. Because the system are corrupt, the system are not well structured, the cabals will still manipulate the whole system. They have the government, they have the electoral system, they have the INEC leader, they have everything. So that one is apart. The election for Nigeria is not taking us anywhere, whether they like it or not. And secondly, I want to refer back to what Mazi that left spoke about Buhari or no Buhari.
No, Mazi hasn't left. He hasn't left.
Yes. Okay. In the first place, Mazi is supposed to know that there's no way a sitting government will allow some certain news to go out. That is number one. If Mazi expected the whole news to come out on national newspaper, he's totally wrong. Like the time they said Abakari is dead, this Frank there said it. I watched it. He said it. People are saying it's a lie, and now they cannot said it. But later on, they manifested to show you there is a leakage in their information. I will never dispute that. But let us not agitate for that or begin to campaign for that. Lastly, I believe that what we are doing online will help us. Like the caller said, that we are only social media. Media is the best weapon to demolish anything. Understand me? And when we propagate from media on ground, we need people on ground in the sense that we need to start agitating on ground or demonstration in any way we can put it. Understand me? But I believe that let Yoruba, so Duduwas, let them begin mobilize themselves. We need a million march. Oduduwa will come out, Biafra will come out, even if in Europe, in London, in anywhere. Wherever we mobilize ourselves, we meet there, do a march together. Understand? It will help us a lot. Understand? By 2023, I believe what Nnamdi Kanu said before, that IPOB members should not vote. There's no election in Eastern region. Understand me? Today, what is said manifested because the election was not counted. Hope Uzodinma was automatically given a mandate by the Supreme Court. So what are we? Who are we fooling? Understand me? And you people must understand that our major problem is not even Buhari on seat. It's our elite. The governor of Jigawa made a statement last week and said that the agitation of Biafra or Duduwa will never happen because the elites are together. It makes a very big sense. Understand me? Those elites are the people frustrating the movement because they want to maintain the power. Because they knew that once Oduduwa or Biafra emerge, they are going to leave the country for us. Or they surrender all their stolen wealth, including their family. So they know the challenges ahead. And they will try to do everything to frustrate us. But one thing I always tell my Biafran agitator is this. We're supposed to learn. Understand, everything is not about whatever propagated by our screen leader. We learn. When we learn, they will go back. The leaders should go back and digest every opinion. Every opinion matters a lot. But sometimes I see the write-up, everybody was angry. No, this is a new platform. Bringing ideas together. Let us drop our issues aside. Whoever that is on top or whatever that is on top, let us listen and begin to motivate people gradually. I believe that if this forum can be here for the next 6 months, my brother, we are going to go far. We need each other. I'm a Biafra. I'm from Anambra State, but we need each other. Thank you, sir.
Okay, before you go, I'm going to respond quickly to that one. Have you shared the program tonight?
I always share. I even see my people come joining the program. I share more than more than 200 this
you share
night.
more
The moment
than
the
from
program
Bello.
starts, I share.
You share
More
more
than
than from Bello.
200. I share more than Frank Bello knows. I share. Everybody that comes to this platform, I always share. I love it.
Okay, thank you very much. You know what you said that makes me? You said this is a new platform, and the way we're handling it is completely different because everybody has their own means of doing it. And with us all working together, Mayegun will do his own beats, Heritage will do his own beat, Frambello will do his own beat and his own beat and his own beat and his own beat. Ayo Ogundi Mosetizinewa will do his own beat. Clayton will do his own beat. Simon will do his own beat. William the Cardinal will do his own beat. And this one is different. It brings everybody together. Have you seen any platform where they bring the
No.
Yeah. So what we're trying to do is to we formulate one formula yesterday that on Thursday and a Biafran lady will host a show, and she started yesterday. For the first time, she has never been in media. When I was telling her on Wednesday that she's gonna start a program tomorrow, she felt like crying. She felt like running away.
I watched the program.
Yeah. And she did it so good.
So good,
Yeah. So what I would say to you guys is that please share the program, share the GoFundMe
yes, I
share
do.
it and support it as well. So that way we can keep it going. And you know what we're trying to do? As soon they better lock Nigeria down forever and ever. Because as soon as the lockdown is over, we're bringing a system to Nigeria that people will be able to hear this on their radio. It won't be internet thing alone anymore. Because we don't want to be a situation in which we get to Nigeria later on and people are saying, who are these people? Because they didn't have internet to listen to us. So we're formulating that formula. As soon as the lockdown is over, we will be on ground in Nigeria to make sure that this is being listened to. They can do anything they like. They can't catch this one. This one is there to stay. And the quality is going to be super. Thank you very much, sir. The app will start working probably from tomorrow. The app will be on. The Heritage app will be on probably tomorrow because I believe it's been finished. We've made all the necessary adjustments, and we're going to have podcast. This one in audio as well. It won't be audio and video alone, so that people that doesn't have internet can enjoy it even better. Thank you very much, my brother. Good night.
Thank you. Thank you.
No more call for tonight. The gentleman actually called direct. Wow, from a brother. Wow, thank you very much. Okay, no more call for tonight. What we want to do is to watch this video, and then we debate on it a little bit, and then we close the day. Because I can assure you, Maazid doesn't know it's gonna run this long, and I really, really appreciate him. You know what? I only tell him about 7:30 about this show, and he makes it. If you tell Frank 2 days ago, he wouldn't even make it. I'm sure about that. Yeah, but Mercy is a wonderful man. He amazed me. I'm just looking for the video, and I don't know what happened to it. Has it been lost in transit? That's a bit strange. Okay, I found it now. Okay, let's watch this video, guys.
That was $1.50. The naira was almost £1 sterling. They came here, persuaded some brilliant men from Harvard and the World Bank that weekly devaluation was wonderful. 32 years of devaluing your currency until we hit 527. And they were still telling us that the naira was still overvalued. That brought poverty, misery upon us. Then interest rates went to 30%. So nobody could build a factory, produce anything, or create jobs. Because every time you bring in a shipload of rice, you also bring in a shipload of unemployment. Because you are transferring your wealth to sustain other economies. Somehow, Nigerians didn't notice it. So we became a nation of importers. Toothpicks. Each year it cost us $18 million. Importing toothpicks. Tomato paste, $400 million. So you talked about tomatoes now. One basket in town now is less than 2,000 naira. The farmers are losing money because the processors don't have enough funds to set up factories. They are going to do tomato paste. It's food grade stainless steel. You can't just use anything because you'll be putting poison in people's stomachs. 2 factories have started off. I believe by the middle of next year, we can comfortably tell importers of tomato paste to stop. But when you do, you make enemies. Even the rice we're trying to reduce, we have enemies, heavy enemies, people who can kill if they have a chance, because you're spoiling their business. And let nobody take it lightly. These guys have seized this country's economy, they've taken us hostage, and they have no intention of giving up. Because this is a huge market, a very sweet market, and they have taken control. And I'm saying it because I have been in this business for 41 years and I can tell you some history. Abdullah Adamu is here. Import milk, sugar, toothpaste, handkerchiefs, pencils. We don't make. To cure Nigerians of that malady will take a while. It will take a strong government. That's the truth. And they're not happy that we're cutting down. When we cut down, they lose money there. So you see all sorts of publications. We're telling lies. We're not growing rice. We're trying to demoralize the local farmers and make sure that the economy fails. That's the story of imports. Now, I read a story recently in the newspapers. The French ambassador, the champagne ambassador in Nigeria, gave an article to The Guardian. He said Nigerians love life. We're the biggest consumers of champagne on planet Earth, more than the French who make it. There are parties you attend in some places where they only drink champagne. Of course, the individual is free to spend his money, but his money comes from Nigeria's commonwealth. So on imports, it will take a while for us to get used to local goods and accept that we should consume what we produce and produce what we want to consume. So I take your point. We have to take 10 measures to cut down on imports because these young boys and girls who have no jobs today are not going to allow us to carry on enjoying life at their expense. They need jobs. They need jobs. They are children. They've graduated, they've come back home to begin a second childhood because there's no factory to employ them. And the ministries can't take any more. But somebody is making sure you fail.
Very much for that. That man explained things better to everybody, and we might start knowing things better. I really want to thank everyone that come on this show today. Okay, I think because of that video they block it, but I'm gonna bring it back quickly to you guys. Okay, it's back now. Yeah, I'll bring it back because we're registered for this, so they can't block us for no reason. They can't block us. We are illegal. If you block us, we will sue them, so they can't block us. I want to say a very big thank you to everybody who has joined today. We're waiting for Olayomi Koiki's figure tonight, and after the figure, it's too early to close. I can't believe you're saying that. We've been there since 8 o'clock. Ah, God of mercy. Okay. Maybe I'm going to let Mazi go because he didn't realize it's going to take this long. Mazi, 1 minute. Let me hear from the Osmat myself, yeah? You said you can manage, yeah? Hello?
Yeah. Sorry.
I said I want to let you go because you didn't know it's going to take this long.
Yes, I did. I didn't know.
Okay.
I didn't know.
I really appreciate your effort tonight. You've been wonderful. The best and the coolest man in the house. Mazi, we thank you for coming here. If someone that reads
Thank you very
philosophy
much.
does not have to get angry, maybe I need to go and read. I'll have to set Frank and Avatar to go and read your language. Maybe they will know how to cool their temper. Because you even when Frank was saying all these things, you are just smiling. Your wife will enjoy you so good. Yeah. Thank you for coming today. We really appreciate you.
Thank you very much.
We hope next time we call you, you're gonna attend to us.
I really appreciate.
Thank you very much, sir. Good night, sir.
Okay, bye
Thank
bye.
you.
Nice to have you on the show.
Okay.
Bye bye. Yeah.
I know you're gonna open your mouth and talk because you're a genius. You're good at what you do. Let me put these two people left to argue some few things. There's somebody that was saying online, do you think where is it? Shima will soon seize Nigeria seaport. China will soon see. Okay. Paul Smith is telling Aremotunde Salam that is it good? The Canada is a very good country and they don't speak the same language. And Paul Smith is replying him to say China will soon seize Nigerian seaport, airport, and oil before your eyes will open because Nigeria, you call a country, will continue to borrow money from China. I think they make contingency plan for that already. You don't know. Postmate, do you know that Nigeria is a very clever country? That is why they Dangote have its own port separately. So if they seize one, they will still be operating one. Nigerians are clever. You don't know. Those people they be eating a bagari, yeah, chuo, and fufu and all these things. They're clever. That's why they didn't give them all the pot. They only gave them the one that they think is they can have, and then they keep one. Smart move, smart move. And you tell me Buhari is not smart. What do you think? Is that why they gave
I think
ones to?
I think Dangote's been building that port ever since Buhari came to power. That port's been in existence ever. That port never came because Buhari was in government. It's been there.
Hmm,
Dangote had it, and you don't really want us to talk about the video you just played, don't you?
why not?
Uh,
Let's talk about it. Let's talk about it, Franco. Let's talk about it, Fatai. Let's talk about that video we just played tonight. Oh, let's talk about
yeah,
it. Okay, let's talk about it then.
yeah.
I'll
I
put
think
you
I
and
think I
Frank
think
together.
I love that clip, and I think I streamed it live yesterday. Maybe because of the way squeeze and I scrutinize that video. That was why they were keeping an eye. First, there were so many revelations from that video because I tried to squeeze out a lot of information. Now, how do Ogbe made so many allegations, especially the attack on structural adjustment program, with which he said when he was in school, Naira was $1 to $1.50. That man made it. That was a false claim.
I wanted to say
How
that.
old?
I wanted to say that.
Yeah. How now? Let us look, Mr. Moderator. This is not a matter of Frank attacking somebody or not attacking someone. You see, when you present a balanced argument and you come up with facts, there's no point in me attacking you because it can be readily verified and investigated. Now, this same man that claimed that in 1986 that the government introduced SAP and that his own education and the exchange rate was $1 to the $1.50. How old was this man in 1986? How do Ogbe in 1986 was 39 years old? If we consider the day he was born, which was 28th of July 1947. And he was elected first into the parliament under the National Party of Nigeria, NPN, in 1979. So
Yes.
when he was elected as a
See,
legislator
communication,
in
information minister.
1979, no, 1979, he went into the parliament under the NPN. He became deputy speaker in 1982 under the NPN. So when this man entered politics at the age of 39, how come this man in 1986 then claimed that $1 in his time when he was in school, when he was at school, was $1.50? That was a big fraud. And then only to accuse the French ambassador in Nigeria that he was selling his champagne from his country to Nigerians because Nigerians love exotic. Who does not love exotic? If Nigeria is producing exotic drink like the French champagne, they can market it all over the whole world. Are they telling, is the same outdoor telling me that if Cuba should import the Cuban cigar into Nigeria, is he going to complain? Perhaps is the law is the lover of Cuban cigar. So why can't you produce something that is of quality in Nigeria, like the French, when you know that the French are importing champagne into your country? Why can't you grow a local market in your own country and then stop the French from bringing their own champagne into your country? Look, Nigeria is shrouded in secrecy and there's
Okay,
a
I
lot of
just got a
trouble.
message for you, Mr. Frank. They said don't attack the man that conveyed the message. We should not attack the messenger.
No,
We should attack
no,
the
I'm not.
message.
No, the person who sent in the message, I'm not really attacking Audu. I'm just look. He presented something on a
Hold on one
national
second.
network.
Mr. Tunde Aremotunde Salam, I really want you to actually call the studio line. I will speak to you offline so that me and you can deliberate. Because why I want to talk to you is that I like everybody to express their own opinion, because that way we can learn. If you can prove something, this platform is not about feeding people with information. It's about trying to convince the other. You might do a good job of convincing me, right? And I will protect you. If you want me to darken your face, I will darken your face so that people don't see you. Please call me. The number to call is +44. I'll put the number there now for you to see. 44 734 1234560. And it's WhatsApp, so it doesn't matter where you're calling from. It's still going
Maybe,
to
maybe,
be
maybe, maybe I want to hand over this to Mr. Okuribido. Perhaps Mr. Okuribido might probably see this from a different angle completely from me, because I'm only
I
working.
seriously
Look, I've not
want
made up this.
the guy to call. Please call the studio, and I will speak to you first. And if you want to go online with us, I will put you through online with us. If you don't want to go online with us, it is not a problem. But I really want to have a deliberation with you myself on a one-to-one level. Please do so. Give me a call and we talk. Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Okribido.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. Actually, Audu Ogbe is part of the tragedy that Nigeria has got up to today. He confirmed that
Thank
he
you.
has been in the system for the past. He has been in the system for the past 41
Okay,
years.
I'm sorry
So who
to
is he now to
interrupt
come?
again, Mr. Fatai. I'm sorry to.
So
I know.
yeah,
Just wait for me, Mr.
okay.
Aremotunde Salam. I
Today,
really
Salam.
appreciate you. You are a gentleman. You are a completely gentleman. Thank you very much, sir.
Mr. Today, Salam, a gentleman. Okay, we shall see tonight.
Well, he's proven to me to be a gentleman. I sent him a message. This is how I class gentlemen. I sent him a message. He didn't ignore my message. He actually responded to the message, which makes it makes look. You cannot force your opinion on somebody, Mr. Fatai. Let's hear from him.
No, no, no,
He,
no,
he,
no.
he
He's my
might be
friend.
able to.
I know where it's coming from. I'm not forcing anything on him.
Okay. If you
He's
know
always
where it's
taking me
coming
on,
from,
so I'm not surprised.
maybe you've managed to convince me about something, and he might manage to give me a better analysis than you. I might even follow
Oh
him
yeah,
out tonight.
yeah, okay. We shall
So
see.
continue.
Yeah,
Yes,
thank you very
Mr.
much.
Okuribido.
Mr. Yeah, can I continue?
No, carry on,
Hello?
Mr.
Carry on.
Okuribido.
Carry on.
Okay, thank you very much. Yes, Outdoor is part of the tragedy, but as I said earlier on, it is history now. We have to move forward from here. Nigeria has been here for the past 60 years in independence. Prior to that time, it's being used as a trading center for the development of foreign economies. And up to today, we've never ever lived our destiny as a nation. More so, those who are being used as stooges to exploit that nation are still there up to today. The narratives has never changed since. So that's the reason why we must try as much as possible and put across as much information as we have to let people understand time has now come for our free. And let me emphasize this tonight to everybody who will have interest to hear. Those who are handling our destiny since 1960, they are ready to let go. But what is happening right now is they are playing on our intelligence and they are playing on our psychology. How is this happening?
Yes.
Last week when we were in the program, I explained how prior to 2015 election, that was precisely around 2014
I'm gonna stop. I'm gonna
September.
stop you temporarily again because I would like to welcome Mr. Olayomi Koiki, my go-to-get man,
Okay.
who is very, very, very good at what he does. Very versatile man. I'm reserving that screen for Mr. Tunde Salam.
Tunde Salam.
Should in
Okay.
case he chose to go online with us. It's not compulsory. He can only go online if he wants to go online with us. But I'm expecting your call, sir. Go ahead, Mr. Okuribide.
Yeah, thank you very much, sir. Now, the point is this. We are being given that opportunity to voice out. And the case of Oduduwa Republic and Biafra Republic is that of a child who refuses to raise up his or her hands for the parents to beckon to carry him and give him a cuddle or a kiss. As Yoruba says that Omo to shikpa o la ngbe. The people, the cabal dictating our destiny have been expecting us to shikpa, but we have refused to take on that challenge. They've thrown down that gauntlet, but we refused to pick it. How? Now I will explain tonight. Now, in 2014 September, a group that I belong to were advocating for peace in Nigeria, and we actually carried our itinerary to all the embassies that are here in the heart of London, begging them, write letters that please, we don't want war. All we want is just peace in Nigeria because drums of war will then be beaten. And I will summarize this. Eventually, one of the stakeholding embassies invited us to a table discussion, and we attended. During that discussion, it emerged that actually the North was going to go in 2017 because we put across all the problems that we have in Nigeria: corruption, terrorism, Boko Haram, and everything. And the meeting was held for almost 2 hours on that day before we were disposed of. And now, during the meeting, we were actually made to understand when we were showing so much concern and our agitation and anger, everything on that table on that day. And as she was trying to respond to all our requests, at a stage she halted and said, "You gentlemen, why are you bothering yourself about Nigeria? After all, the North is gone in 2017. We were looking at our each eyes. Is this possible? How can it not go?" And most of the time we are in discussion, we put even that particular point across to people though most people, they don't believe it, that the North can go. The point is the North are ready to go, but they are playing on our intelligence, on our morality, and on our emotions, because they never see us as being aggressive, as wanting our freedom. So that's why they are riding on us. They understand it. It's a mind game that they are playing against this out. And let me explain this to you, sir. When the election came, they never knew that Jonathan was going to relinquish that post. They thought he was going to use the same incumbency power that he used to deplete Boko Haram, because the intention then was for Boko Haram to drive him out of Asorok so Sambo can be there and they will rally around Sambo as the new leader. But because he used the incumbency power, and at a stage, Jonathan even said that he couldn't even differentiate who are not part of Boko Haram in Asorok. That is, he knew that Boko Haram was actually a makeup of Jonathan to unseat him from power. He knew it. But he used that was at a stage, he couldn't trust anybody, even though those controlling the defense of the nation are still Northerners. So that's why he was able to secure his government through the incumbency power. So now that election was coming, the North thought that he would use the same incumbency power to retain power. And the North was ready to quit if he should do that. All they wanted to do was to create problem within 2 years, between just after the election, creating trouble. So for 2 years or 2017, then they can create trouble in the South, this and that, then go. That was the plan. But because Jonathan released the government to them, so the issue we are facing now about the running over of the South is the next level of their pre-plan to quit. Now that Jonathan relinquished power, They now saw that, okay, what can we do now? Instead of going, why can't we just run over so that we can have advantage? Now that was the reason, that was what culminated in them planting in every sector of our security a Fulani indigene. So all these things, because we have refused to put our messages across. Who told you that the North has got economic resources? Everything they have in the North are being preserved until they are going to quit. So that they want to destroy all the economy, get all the resources for themselves before they go. That is the plan. They are ready to leave tomorrow. But because we are not making any effort to quit, that is why they are just looking at us. And what happened in 2017, June 6th, Kaduna Declaration? The North youths came out boldly and gave the Indigo 3 months to quit the North or face the consequences of not leaving. And for the first 3 months of that declaration, which was heard to the entire world, there was any major northern icon and political icon that responded. You were just looking at each other's face. Until about 4 days before the expiration of that deadline that was given, I finally came to say that don't take them seriously. The North is united in one front of political domination of Nigeria. They know what they are doing. They are only Southerners are not ready to hold the bull by the horn and say we want our freedom. They will always ride on us because they are ready. So it's because we refuse to say we want to go. That's why they are now trying. Each step we take, they are ahead. Each step we take, they are ahead. That's why they are playing on our mind. Right now that the Yoruba nation has been accepted now to UNPO, which actually has declared their goal to be the voice of those who has been oppressed, those whose voice has been depleted, those who has been completely demoralized. So we are now a step forward. I mean, getting a freedom doesn't take a unilateral decision. The UN has to be part of it. So those who are thinking that Nigeria may go to war, they don't know what they're talking about. Because UN won't open this, because a Yoruba nation will not ever be declared now without the approval of the United Nations. Biafran nation will be declared today without the approval of the United Nations. So we are not so people start to be thinking that there is going to be arms being taken. I don't think it's going to happen. If the Northerners understand that at a point in time, South is going to go. That is why they refuse to develop the nation. That is why they refuse to give South electricity. It's being used as a weapon of mass destruction. That's why they refuse to encourage the building of federal roads. That's the reason why they left Lagos at the capital for more than 11 years. They never turned back to do anything in Lagos. Lagos was dilapidating until National came and started to rebuild it. So all these things is mind game against the South. Time is now for us to say, okay, we have had enough. Let us go. And if there is a unity of purpose, if our voice is the same, I can assure you, within years, Yoruba nation will go and Biafra will get its freedom. Everything now is on us. Everything, the ball is now in our court to be able to agitate and let the entire world hear our voice, so that from there then we can move on. I'm telling you, they know that Nigeria can never be the same. They cannot. The 20 boys can never play for 20 years. They know it. That is why they refuse to develop us, because they know if they release us within 5 years, the economy of southern Nigeria will overrun the economy of most of European nations. They know it. They know our wealth. They know our resource. They know our dream. They know our ambition. We build the entire world as Yoruba nation. We build the entire world as Biafra nation. Across the world, those that are called Nigerians today are southern Nigerians. What effort are the northerners making in sports, in economics, in internet, in everything? Southern Nigeria was the one that actually discovered internet. A lot of things that happen that our name are not being put across. But if we have our nation and one of our own is developing something that the world is recognizing, then we'll be able to build ourselves. The whole world can respect us as a formidable force who are ready to lead the world. The Yoruba nation is ready to lead the world, and we have the capacity, we have the integrity, we have everything that it takes to be a world leader, to be a superpower. We know it, we have it, and we have personal resources across the world that will come together. Because if Yoruba nation is declared today, I can assure you, more than 80% of every Yoruba person on the face of this planet, they will return home to go at the bottom of Yoruba land. So please today, let us keep advocating. This is where we are. We have started it. There's no distraction about whether somebody is saying that's wrong. We don't want to know about that anymore. All we want is Yoruba Nation now, so that we can please give me Yoruba Nation, let me grow. Thank you very much.
Go to Olayomi Koiki for figures from Nigeria because I believe figures have actually turned up quicker than expected today. Yomi, over
Oh,
to you.
oh yes, thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. Thank you to all our viewers as usual. This is the moment that a lot of you, your heartbeat goes up a little bit. This is the moment that is also have literally exposed, the country to a situation where, in my mind, and I want us to, always remember this as people as well. What has been the situation of how people have been surviving without all this palliative that have been given out in the last 6 weeks? Have anyone thought about it? Have anyone woken up every day to remember that there was no palliative to any Nigerians as at January and as at February? So what has been the situation that people have been surviving on? I want that to be on your mind, because what we've been seeing now is it shows that the welfare system that was never in place and is still not even getting to the right people as vulnerable. What has then been the situation in the last 10 years, in the last 3 years, just before COVID-19? And like they say, COVID-19 is also bringing out the best of itself to make Nigerians across and Nigerian inside to really realize, is the government for the people or the people for the government? Let's go straight to the figure. And it says tonight, again, just like yesterday, the number is getting closer to 400 in a day. What I mean by that is, when we started the reporting of coronavirus in Nigeria, we were getting less than 50 in a day. We started climbing up to about 100. Now it seems we are now getting to the reality of the COVID-19. 386 new cases of COVID-19 in Nigeria today. 176 of that is from Lagos, 65 is from Kano, 31 is from Katsina State, 20 is from FCT, 17 is from Borno, 15 is from Bauchi, 14 in Nasarawa, 13 in Ogun State, 10 in Plateau, 4 in Oyo, 4 in Sokoto, 4 in River State, 3 in Kaduna, 2 in Edo, 2 in Ebonyi, 2 in Edo State, 1 in Enugu, 1 in Imo State, 1 in Gombe, 1 in Osun State. And as you can see on your screen there, the total figures stand at 3,912 cases of coronavirus in Nigeria. Officially, result that we are getting from the National Center for Disease Control. Also, 679 people have been discharged, 117. Before I go back to you in the studio, let me just quickly give us some other stories happening around the coronavirus in Nigeria. 20 people have been discharged from the isolation center that were protesting about 2 days ago, and there was another protest in Nigeria in Gombe State. But 20 people have been discharged. The message that I've been tweeting out on Twitter for Nigerians, I've been asking, were there those individuals that were given trouble that have finally left the isolation center? Jigawa State is also a state that is now having more people that are dying. We don't know the reason why they are dying. Kogi State governor is still on a headlock with the National Center for Disease Control team that arrived in Kogi, because as we all know, there is no index case as in Kogi at the moment. And I was listening to Babajide on a journalist angle saying Kogi State have one of the highest people defecating outside. That means people doesn't have toilet. That means is it really that we don't have coronavirus in Kogi State? Kaduna State is a very big problem that we need to look at too as well. And likewise, before I go back to in the studio, River State Governor Wiki is not taking any chances. He was spending overnight coughing himself with some of his security operatives that have been collecting money, and he decided to do the night shift with them. Couple of cows were seized, and he says, I would rather make sure my people are secure rather than having them to eat the cow. And that means people that were also coming inside the cow have been detained. Cow will be auctioned. Lot of drama. Lagos State is telling us if care is not taken, from July, which is about 2 months from now, we might end up seeing 150,000 cases of coronavirus, because at the moment, few people have also escaped from Lagos State in terms of not knowing their location. Same likewise in Oyo State. And before I finally bring it back to you in the studio, the SGF, or rather the DG of the National Center for Disease Control, is worried we might not have enough isolation center. Good news! Out of the 2,000 Nigerians in the United Kingdom, some of them have arrived in Lagos, even though there was a hiccup from the aircraft that was bringing them to Lagos and then moving them there to Abuja, where the isolation center is. I will now go back to you in the studio. But also, is it possible that maybe when we have our own regional government, I will take that back to Mr. Frank and Mr. Ogundorobido, a new guest that have joined us, Heritage TV. I'll go back to you in the studio.
Thank you very much, Mr. Olayomi Koiki of Koiki Media. That was a very, very powerful summary. Guys, if you're just joining us, please share this program, like, and follow this page. Follow the other people that wants to educate people. Even Mr. Aremo as well. You can follow his page as well because he might be talking sense. You never can tell. Let people, give everybody a chance to talk because then you can hear their own opinion. Don't force your opinion on anybody. I'm still waiting for your call tonight, Mr. My brother. I've sent you a message into your inbox. So, and then we can take things from there. The coronavirus case. Are we going, do you have any cause to panic? Should we be worried? Should we start panicking? Mr. Fatai seems to know more about this. Fatai Okubido, over to you.
Perception is different. My own side of the story is different. If there is a strange thing that is killing people in town, and certain points are being put across, and we are not being allowed to talk about it, there is no reason wasting our time. They say coronavirus, yet when you have a sanitizer in your hand, it can cure it temporarily. When you have your hygiene sort of discipline being taken on individually, yet it will be suppressed. Even as long as every day you go out, you come in, you cover your nose, there are certain air that is contaminated down there that people are breathing in that is bringing them the death. And the reality of that is being suppressed. So if there are people who understand better what is killing people, please let them talk to us and let me learn tonight.
Tonight from Mr. Fatai Ogunibido. How you doing, Frank Bello? Yeah, over to you now. And I shut his voice and I gave him the mic. Okay, after your mic.
You want me to summarize?
Yeah, say whatever you've been writing down. Let's show us your paperwork. Let's see what you've been writing down.
Yes. Oh, I've got loads down. To be honest with you, because number one, it seems on this show tonight we seem to have a handful of am I right in describing those that we have on board as Fulani stooge? But it seems we have a lot of
Why would you say something like that? That's very rude. You can't call
Because
anybody name.
he knows what he's talking about.
It doesn't matter. You can't call people's name. That's not right. That's not nice.
Let him defend himself.
Okay, chance for you to defend yourself. Defend yourself.
Yeah, you see, I seek everybody's
defend
indulgence
yourself,
because
let me dilute the
I
content
seek
a little.
everybody's indulgence because I said, am I right in saying that we've got loads of Fulani stooge in the house? Yes,
No, I
perhaps
don't
they're
want you
not.
to. I don't want you to talk about Fulani in the house. Fulani are women being. They're allowed to come. Fulani lovers are women being. They're allowed to come. Let them come and listen to us. If they have any argument, they can present.
No, I'm very sorry, but the Fulanis, they've discriminated against my race, against my tribe, and the fact that they've discriminated against my tribe, my race, and they've showed it openly. Now, I want you to please tell me why should I embrace them? No, I won't. I'm sorry, I won't. I'm not going to embrace them because if they can hate my own race so passionately to the extent that they continue to feed and then pump money from the south to their own people in the north. And we continue to raise money for people that are in abject poverty. Who subjected them to those conditions? How many years? Now, look, Mr. Thomas, I'm sorry, let's take up this for a while.
Okay.
The
Let
Fulani,
me shut
the Fulani,
somebody's microphone down.
after the 60 years that we've gained independence, they've been in power for 44 years. The three Southerners who ruled Nigeria, well, let's say four of them, they only came to power by accident. So if those four Southerners did not come to power by accident, that means we will never have had a Southerner as either military head of state or a president. They've ruled and they continue to loot and they continue to slap the Yorubas and the Biafrans left, right on the face. And they are telling you to your face that they want to come take your own land with their Ruga. And you want me to like them. I'm sorry, I wouldn't like such people, but I won't use that word on this network to tell people that I hate them. The only thing I can do is to pray to God to forgive them their sins. But I don't like them. I don't like them. I don't want anything to do with them. As a Yoruba man, let them hold their north and let me hold my Oduduwa Republic. I'm not going to settle for nothing less than that. Let them go. If it is possible for me to formulate and to help Oduduwa Republic formulate a policy to drive them away completely from Oduduwa Republic, look, I will be at the forefront of it because they are good for nothing. They are scavengers. Let them go back to their north. And I'll hand over to you back in the studio.
We have some pleasant night tonight. We have some enjoyable nights tonight. We have some fantastic nights tonight. Should we try and take some controversial comment, not the long ones? Maybe we give it to Olayo Koiki because he's an expert when it comes to reading that message. I think he went to a Queen school, which I didn't have the opportunity to go to. Olayo Koiki.
Yes, then is a Fulani elite. Not sure what that really means. Martin, Mr. Frank, I love the way you do your things. Emeka, thanks so much, Mr. Frank. Olaiwola Matthew, very correct, Mr. Frank. Mr. Frank is very right. Wow, just Mr. Frank, Mr. Frank. Also, Mr. MC Chooks, Fulani terrorist group, don't do that. They know how to use guns, not going to social media. Also, Odili, Fulanis are, space. Aremo says, did you send it to my messenger or my WhatsApp? I think maybe you might respond to that, the boss. Aremo says, did you send it to my messenger
I've
or
just
my
replied
WhatsApp?
to you. I'll send it to your inbox, your Facebook inbox. But you need to accept my friend request before you can see it. You need to
Okay,
accept my
Mr.
friend request
Remo,
before
you
you
need
can
to
see it.
accept heritage
Friend
request so that you
request.
can be able to get the message. Martin, Biafra 1 million march will be on the 20th of June. Well, let's hope the coronavirus would have gone through before that march will come true. Also, let me see more messages coming through. Frank Emeka Henry, before the end of this week, it will hit 4,000. I think he's referring to the COVID-19 case in Nigeria. Definitely that number is going to rise over the weekend if we're going at that three digit, which is about 300 and something that we've had in the last couple of days. Also, Mr. Fatai Ogunrobido is 100% correct. That is from James. Adekola Shole, please ask them to show us the people, please. Which people are you talking about? The coronavirus patient? I'm not sure anyone in UK have seen any coronavirus patient apart from individuals that have indicated. We have to also protect, the dignity of the people that might not really want them to show themselves. I think I'll take one more. Go back to you, back in the studio. I love the man, Mr. Fatai Ogunrobido. That's from James Daniel. And I'll go back now to you in the studio.
Okay, thank you very much, Olayemi Koiki. Time is fast spent. We might be calling it a day very soon. I would like to thank everyone that's joined today. You know what? I don't like it when everybody sleep and face the same way. I like it when some people face the other side because there might be a reason why they're facing the other side. So I like to thank my brother. I'm still waiting for your call. The number I pin it underneath as well. WhatsApp calls only, please, guys. Uncle Aramo, my brother from another mother. I would like to say a very big thank you to everyone who has joined tonight. You have made the night very special. The daddies that came and say their own bits, whether they agree or whether they don't agree, whether you agree with them or whether you don't agree, it doesn't matter. On this platform, everybody is entitled to his own opinion. We're not going to force any opinion on anybody because that is not our fundamental way of doing things. We like to do things in a way that everybody say what they think and we just follow it like that because it's the best way to do things. We have to be democratic enough to let others voice their opinion, which is a very good idea. Uh, Fatai Okuribido, I want to say a very big thank you to you. Guys, I want to thank everyone who has turned up today, whether you turn up at 99 hours like Olayomi Koiki, who has been working on so many fronts for the media in the UK and Nigeria because he wants to see it progress. And can I tell you something about this young man? This young man has got an open mind. I don't know whether you know what an open mind is all about. Open mind is that he works with everybody, he do things with everybody, regardless of what some idiots would think. Yeah, it doesn't matter what people think. It doesn't matter. The good thing about it is that he's just out there to play his part and make sure that things go well for everybody. I would like to say a very big thank you, especially for the love, the clapping I'm seeing on the screen. I'm not sure about tomorrow. We don't normally do Saturday, but maybe we're gonna do it for a change, depending on my big boss that arranged things. Yeah. Again, I want to appreciate Jocelyn yesterday. She was brilliant. She killed the show. Hopefully, we will discover more talent. Before the end of next week, we will be back with our news. The news will come in just maybe about 7:30 before the program start at 8. So we will do the proper news. We will do proper news, proper news, proper news, proper news from our studio. And by that time, the app should be back on as well. So everybody should be able to watch things online. I want to appreciate everybody. I think my brother, Mr. Moses, sorry, I have to go. Thank you, Mr. Arimon Salam. Please pop round again another time. And then we'll see what we can do together, especially when we can talk on the one-to-one level without all these people interfering or mingling in what me and my brother wants to talk about. I really want to thank every one of you for watching tonight. Olawale, Olayiwala Matthew, thank you. Deniza, thank you. Denitope, thank you. Olaiwala Matthew, thank you. Nanso, thank you. Emeka, thank you. Jesse J, thank you. I'm not good at reading people's names. James Daniel, that was quite easy. Thank you very much for coming today. Emma Ugos, thank you. My phone is making noise now. Shola Shole, Euromania, thank you very much. If I haven't called your name, I'm just not fighting you. Thank you, my brother. I've just seen that. I love you for that. You see, you treat people with dignity and you can get the best.
Temi, thank you for watching.
Timmy, thank you for watching. Olayomi Koiki, take that one over, please.
Well, we'd like to say once again, it's been a long week of the politics, their intrigue, their high tempo. I'm sure I was watching Hong Kong Parliament. There was a lot of fight inside it today. So we are not fighting on the screen yet. But we are trying to, I don't think the software has allowed us to punch each other from the, maybe they're designing that when all these individual regions start creating better application and software that would also enable a better Nigeria. I think one thing, like I did mention earlier, if we close our eyes and remember that, as of December, the same people that they are giving palliative never had that same palliative. How have they been surviving in that situation for years and months? We've seen people that have been throwing out all kind of money to people, whether you know them. Frank Baylor was able to raise. I was saying to somebody, I said, this woman doesn't even know they're raising money for her on the platform. And that has been happening on almost every different platform. But the question is, how have these individuals across the whole of the country been surviving? We've seen how people have been marginalized, even within, the Alemajiri, as an example, have been moved like football pitch from one end to the other. We've seen there's a lot of things that have really showcased on this COVID-19, and that is part of what we've been trashing out in the last 1 week. We hope you will be able to be part of us again next week. Let us continue to have an open mind. Things will definitely work in the direction that each and everyone wants it to be, but it can only work if you are part of it as well. You could stay behind the scene and doesn't watch it live and come back after the live broadcast. That is still fine. As long as you're watching it, you will pick up some information and you'll take that away with you. And for those of you watching it live, do share it. Don't be selfish. Like I said, we are not punching yet like Hong Kong. Hong Kong is developed, so you'll be wondering why they are punching in their parliament. Is because the people there are saying enough is enough from China interfering with some of their situation inside their territory. I might not be right, I might not be wrong, we might not be right, we might not be wrong, but this is a platform that enables you to communicate, and we can read it live. And this is, I think, what people want to see in the reality of the world that we are living now. I'll take it back to you in the studio.
We're gonna bring Michael. We're in talk with him already. Surely, we're in talk with him. So he does a lot as well on this platform. So as soon as he's free, he will probably join us one of these days. I don't know whether Michael can stay this late because he has to go to work in the morning. So we have to work. Otherwise, I don't know how we're gonna survive, guys. I'd like to say a very big thank you. Father, you have something to say, or you just want to wave hand? Oh God, this man
Tonight
never get
that at
tired
least
of talking. Go
we've been
ahead.
able to put across some messages. And please, people, let us know that the time has come for us to get our freedom. Sensitize people about heritage television. Tell them there is a new kid on the block, not a new kid in terms of the television, but in terms of political discussion. Please be part of us and let us know that unless we rise up in unison to fight for this struggle, please, we won't win. But in unity we stand, and divided we fall. Let us get Yoruba nation as soon as possible. Thank you very much.
Okay, I don't know whether the man in glasses wants to say anything. He's been using his handkerchief. I think his eyes is actually peppering because it's been on all
Mr.
day.
Moderator, would you like me to give a last word?
Okay, give it
Would
last
you?
one, but soft, yeah.
Okay, Biafra, Ududua Republic. Let's screw it up and let's get our nations back. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, guys. From the studio and everybody who has been running Escascata. Like the one, I don't have the music, I will have actually played it now. From everyone who's been doing so much in the studio to make sure everything run well. Remember, we've been keeping social distancing as well. We're not just rubbing mind and rubbing hand and shaking hand here. So I would like to say a very big thank you to all of you, whether you spend 10 minutes, 5 minutes, 2 minutes, whether you share 200 times or 500 times, I want to say a very big thank you to you guys. And remember, we love you. Tomorrow is another day. We'll be back tomorrow. And like I said, the app is back probably tomorrow, and the podcast will be there. So many new features is coming on the app, and you will just fall in love with it. We make it easy for you to actually forward and rewind. If you miss something, if you want to go somewhere, you can actually pause it. You can actually stream it to your telly, send it to your telly from your phone as well. And all this is going to be the things we promise that's going to make the show even a better thing. Remember, God loves you. We love you. We love our nations. And your wife, your husband loves you as well. And from the bottom of our heart, we want to say a very big thank you. Good night. Don't have nightmare. See you tomorrow. Bye bye.
Jerusalema ikayalami ilondoloze uhambe nami zungangishilana Jerusalema ikayalami ilondoloze uhambe nami Jerusalema ikayalami ilondoloze uhambe nami zungangishilana Jerusalema ikayalami ilondoloze uhambe nami Jerusalema ikayalami ilondoloze